So if it doesn't apply, obviously nobody would like to go to APMC, and everybody would like to go to the private market. So those kind of things. So what it means is that when you have more choices available in the marketplace, there will be a competition, and because of the competition, the farmer is expected to get the best price of his produce. That is the expectation. That is the sort of spirit behind these reforms which have been announced. And now the time will tell how it is going to shape up. But like I said, contract farming is going to be one option which will come out very strongly. The second major expectation out of these reforms would be that FPOs who were struggling so far now will get a big boost, because we have got large number of small holders. Now these small holders, when you get into the transaction with the number of small holders, then your transaction cost goes up. As a result, FPOs are very helpful. So now the value of FPO will be realized better, and especially those who are entering into contracts. And so FPOs and contract farming, which we have been talking for more than 1.5 decades, 2 decades, have not gone many miles, but now is the opportunity where it is expected that they will get a big boost, and they will become very successful. Coming to the COVID-19 impact, if you look at among all the sectors, that it is industry or the service sector, really had a big setback during the ever since the lockdown was announced. But agriculture sector is one area where, if you divide agriculture into two parts, one is the production part, another is the marketing part. Production part certainly has got a big boost during the lockdown period, because if you see, there are data to support that fertilizer sales during May month have doubled, and sowing acreages have increased during the March, April, May months, largely because there was a lot of residual moisture available and good rainfall, off-seasonal rainfalls received across the country. So expected Kharif crop is going to be very good. Monsoon is also predicted to be normal. So agriculture production sector definitely has got no negative impact of COVID-19, and it actually got a support, rather a boost, because of more labor available, because the migrants came back to the villages, and at the same time a lot of plenty of money also available with them, whatever migrants carried with them, and also whatever government has transferred to their account, whether it is Jandan or it is Pradhan Mantri Samman Yojana, or whatever means they have got money in their account. So there is availability of money, availability of labor, availability of moisture. So all these positive things which have happened, which have led to more sowing and better agriculture production during this lockdown period. So productivity and production both are not at all going to be affected. However, there has been huge setback for vegetables and fruits during the lockdown period, because logistic support, although government tried to provide, but many places rather it has not worked, and therefore the fruit growers and vegetable growers really had a major setback, and they suffered huge losses. That is a fact. So that's the only the negative side of it. They could not market whatever they produce. But overall, you put together, COVID-19 impact on agriculture production per se is not there, rather it is positive. So this is the outlook, and going forward, probably it is expected that year 2021 for agriculture would be one of the best year in terms of both because input consumption and the acreages are indicating towards it. And we expect that monsoon would be normal, and therefore we'll have very good production and productivity in this year. So this is what I wanted to share with you. I thought I'll limit my talk to this much only, because we can have more questions and interactions which might be beneficial to you as well as to me as well. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Singh, this was a nice saying that we have a positive uh, boost up in our agriculture production and productivity, and it's a good news. And except the vegetables and fruits, where the transport and logistics are the problem. And
Yes.
moreover, we are getting good labor, skilled labor rather, I should say, who can be a good tool for mechanization.
Yes.
I don't see any question in chat box, but I request participant if they can ask some questions. We have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I am Smita here
Yeah,
from
Sunita ji,
the
please.
uh, rightly said, sir. I also have this observation which I would bring in my presentation. In fact, COVID-19 has shown that our rural economies are much more stronger and resilient than our urban centers. So, thank you, sir, for your presentation. It was good listening to you, such a lucid form, and I'm sure we look forward for hearing such experiences, and bringing them to such seminars. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. You are welcome. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. And now we proceed to the next speaker. I think Dr.
Uh,
Ali.
so, yes, sir.
Yes.
For the next presentation, I would like to call Zelwenden Aker, Smart Farming, Netherlands.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
No, sir. Actually, I'm asking you, Aker, sir.
Now you have asked for Delhi to
Uh,
present.
Zelwenden Aker.
Jalvin Ben Akir.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
can you continue?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
So, please go ahead. Start your presentation.
Yeah, great. Can I share the screen or will you
Sure.
put it online?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Smart farming empowerment.
All right. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm currently in the Netherlands, but I've been to India several times. I've worked for different programs. One of the latest was my research at ICAR for IFCR in Modikulam on integrated farming systems. But more recently, I've started my own company together with fellow agricultural students, and now we're working in the Netherlands, India, and several East African countries. And today I will share a bit on our approach due to the COVID-19. I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so the company I'm working for is called Smart Farming, which is part of the Resilience Network. So it's a network of several consultancy companies. Can you press the next one, please? And the next one. Next slide. Yeah, so I think one of the main problems we're seeing now is that food security issues are even more important during the COVID-19 situation. So for example, we're working in Mozambique, which is very reliant on imports of rice, but other countries are limiting their exports of food. So there's a huge pressure for farmers to produce more. But it's difficult to reach farmers, to organize meetings, to hand out inputs. So this is very difficult doing this face to face, and that's why we've developed several SMS-based and app-based solutions. And now we're working with over 10,000 smallholder farmers in India, and approaching 1,000 smallholder farmers in Eastern Africa, mainly in Mozambique at the moment, but also Rwanda and Ethiopia. We go next slide. Yeah, so we have several products. We work with web and offline applications. They really support farmers with day-to-day advices, images, messages, which has been very important during the COVID situation. So farmers are not able to contact universities directly or to meet meet together or go to input shops. So we're providing all those resources online. So in India, we mainly use applications, but in other countries, we also use other tools. So in Eastern Africa, this is much more oriented on SMS. And we also do several remote sensing projects that now really allow us to give crop advice without being in the field. So we work for maize, sugarcane, coffee, potato, and cotton, and several horticulture crops. Next slide. So yeah, basically, like I said, we use digital tools to provide small-scale farmers with access to agricultural knowledge. And especially in these times, it's really, the uptake has been huge. So before we were already working with quite some farmers, but starting with the pandemic, it's really gone up. So farmers are really looking for answers. Next slide, please. So this, for example, one of our clients here in India, it's the Rainforest Alliance. So I believe they have 2 or 3 people available to provide training and support coffee farmers all over India. So it's really difficult, especially in these times when you can't travel across states, to really support these cooperatives and farmers. And that's why we have some digital solutions. Next slide, please. So we have easy to use applications that provide practical knowledge, and at the same time data is generated, which gives reports back to organizations and research institutes. So imagine you're behind the computer and you can see what more than 10,000 farmers are doing, what are they looking at, what is their crop stage, what weather have they been conflicted with. So this is much more cost effective and much faster than going in the field, interviewing, surveying all the farmers one by one. Next to this, we have done some impact measurements in India, and we have seen 10% yield increase and a 30% reduction in input use in cotton farming. And yeah, so a qualitative survey showed that more than 80% of the farmers says to have learned something new, which is very effective in terms of extension. Next slide, please. So how this looks in, how does it look? Yeah, so what is our product? So small scale farmers have an offline application here in India. They fill some details, and from that day onward, they receive all kind of personalized offline and practical information. And calculation tools, for example, help them how much to irrigate, what are the fertilizer needs. Pictures help to identify crop stress. There's weather information, and farmers get linked to market and input suppliers. Next one, please. So on the other hand, cooperatives and farmers supporting organizations like the Rainforest Alliance or the GIZ, they have a dashboard where they can see what are these farmers doing, what is happening in the field, and really helping them to make decisions. Next slide, please. So this is just an example. This is in English, but all the applications are available in local languages. So this application, for example, is focused at coffee, but it's available in Canada as well, and in Hindi. Next one, please. So it helps farmers, for example, what we're seeing now is the fertilizer function. So it helps farmers to calculate fertilizers. And it's been used a lot now. Next one. And next slide, please. This is just to give an impression. This is a potato application. Next slide, please. Yeah, so our approach, before we were really focused at design thinking and co-creation with farmers. We're still doing this, but it's getting harder due to the limited travel. But we're really trying to get feedback as much as possible from farmers, integrating. We have several team members in India present who really work together with farmers to create the tools. Next slide, please. And all our advices are really focused at prevention instead of waiting for a problem to happen. It's really farmers get pop-up messages about monitoring, about preventive spraying. So it's really focused at taking good care of the plant. Next slide, please. And we emphasize a lot on two-way communication. So all the advices that are provided, we, for example, this is a scientific advice from this and this institute. This is an advice of a fellow farmer, and then it gets curated because farmers can rate and vote on the advices. In this way, we pick out some files and we add new ones. All right, next slide, please. So I have 3 projects in India ongoing now. One in central Maharashtra for cotton farmers, one for potato as well in Maharashtra and in Karnataka. And then we have a coffee-focused project in Karnataka as well. And these have been funded by Arvind, GIZ, and the Rainforest Alliance. And the next step is that we're really looking at business models involving more value chain actors and even farmers directly. Next slide, please. So what's been the impact? So we've done some impact studies via phone calls, but also personal surveys. We see that the percentages of people who said to have shared the app or have learned something new is very high, over 80% in all of the cases. And as I said before, farmers have reduced their input use to 30% and increased yields up to 10% in some cases. Next slide, please. So this is our team working in India mainly now, and also some based in Kenya and Mozambique. Next slide, please. So how could we collaborate, and especially in these COVID-19 times? I think it would be very interesting to get as many farmers as possible to get onto tools like this, so they have, without traveling, have all the advice they need. So there's really a bridge between experts like yourselves, like crop experts, agronomists, paleontologists, really connecting them to science. I think that's very important. And yeah, we can create new services, new crops as well. And I would really like to emphasize that now during this pandemic, we have made our apps in India free available for farmers. So I will post the link in the chat, and I would really like to invite you all to review the app, but share it with farmers as much as possible, because we've made it free available to reach as many farmers available now. And I would like to thank you very much for this presenting opportunity, and I've enjoyed listening to the other speakers as well. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Akit. Any question? Questions are invited.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. This is Dr. Puri. Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello. Yeah. Could you please tell me, say, whether this application, your software will applicable to some problematic soils or not, like acidic soils, saline soils, coastal soils?
Yeah. So what happens is, once you download the application, the farmer enters his or her location.
Yeah.
So then we can also determine the general soil type in that area, and advices are specifically tailored to that. So we advise a farmer what variety to grow there, and also how to deal with irrigation, for example, on that specific soil type.
No, my point is about the amendments. You see. First we amend the soil health, then we go for the production. Understand my point? There should be some sort of amendments in that, in the application also. Then we can go for production. Understand my point?
Yeah.
If some problematic soil is there, but one should go for the amendment first. Amendment slot should be there in this application portion. Yeah, yes. In your software. Then we can go for the production size. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ajay Gupta, are you listening me? Dr. Ajay Gupta, you want to ask some question?
I see a question about how data related to farm inputs can be effectively transferred to farmers.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Ajay Gupta speaking.
Yeah. Please ask
Sir,
questions.
I wish to know that the farm inputs, they play a very important role as far as the farming is concerned. And similarly, the price of the produce in the market, it also plays an important role in determining the income the farmer gets by farming the different kind of crops. In India, particularly, this data is missing. Real-time data is missing. So how mobile technology can be effectively used to provide real-time data to the farming community? Can it be used for that purpose? Mobile can be used because it is the gadget which is it is available everywhere. The farmers, they are quite acquainted with the use of smartphones. So in my opinion, this technology should be exploited for the benefit of farmers.
Yes, so that's exactly, thank you for your question. So that's exactly what we're trying to do. So by giving tailor-made advice to farmers on their phone, so a farmer doesn't have to go through all Wikipedia or 2000 PDF files, but just gets daily small pieces of information. That is really the power here. And yes, we can connect them quite easily to prices and for both inputs as output markets. Does that answer the question a bit?
Thank you.
So how this works in reality, for example, is we know a farmer enters his planting date. So we know, okay, after 20 days, for example, whitefly might be a problem. So a farmer gets a message, please go in the field and scout the first 5 leaves on the bottom of your plant. If you spot this number of whiteflies, spray this input, and this input is available for this price. That could be how it's working in daily reality.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so on behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, I really thank Elwanden and really presented the blended approach for all these uses of gadgets like web, mobile, remote sensing, expert system, data, field photos. And if they are really taken on time and on time advice is reaches to farmer, then really it will be helpful to the farmer. I'm thankful to you, sir. You have presented well, and it will be useful information for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Feel free to share the apps with the farmers you know.
Yeah. And now we should move to the next very important speaker.
Yes, sir. For the next lecture, I would like to call Professor S.M. Razul Karim, Chairman, Agritech Consulting.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Somebody is talking, I think, I don't know.
Hello. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, I am here, but I don't know, somebody is trying to say something. Organizer,
Just a minute. I was informed that Dr. Ali Amir is next presenter. Is it changed?
Yes, sir.
He's not available.
Sir, we would like to call Razul Karim, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Professor Razul Karim, sir, Chairman, RK Agri-Tech Consulting, Bangladesh.
okay.
Okay, sir.
Should I start now?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Please, please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, the organizer, for inviting me to give the speak. It's because very relevant topic, COVID-19 pandemic, and especially my topic is related to agriculture. Agriculture is a very big term, but my topic will be mainly focusing the crop-based agriculture and its mitigation. Next slide, please. So this is a very simple thing. COVID-19 pandemic is the ongoing global pandemic of virus, and it has a distress effect on agriculture, public health, and socio-economy of the people. I think everybody, we know that. Next, please. Okay, now the left side, you can see the logo of agriculture, okay. It provides the livelihood of 1 million peoples. And it is the backbone of many low medium income countries. And among those low medium income countries, about 60.4% employment are provided by the agriculture, and the two in many low medium income countries. But in this condition, this COVID-19 interrupts supply chains and demand for food. And this is the main the topic which it covers. But under this heading, we can see many effects. Less labor mobility to farms, affecting planting and harvesting, very important to operation. Then restriction to market access, causing food unavailable. Then it caused decreased transportation to bring produce to the market, causing food wastage. As because in Bangladesh, you may see that many mango, the farmer, they produce mango, and in Bangladesh, mango is usually the producing area is western part, northwestern part of the country, but the many consumers are in Dhaka. So, and there is no transportation system, so many mango has been thrown out. So then, so these are the problem due to the shortage of transportation. Okay, then many are stockpiling staple food, and markets are empty. This is also the scenario. Then disruption of agricultural value chain. I think many presenters already discussed this issue, how the agricultural value chain has been interrupted. Then interruption in export import, causing crisis in the poultry feed, veterinary medicine, and machinery repair parts. That's because many of these items usually imported from other countries. So when the export import are prevented, then it causes the problem. Okay, the lockdown impact on food supply, as it is reduction in purchasing power. Yes, reduction in purchasing power, as because they have the income is less, and then they have many of them, they lost their job. That is why purchasing power less supply of agricultural input, and closure of restaurant and street food outlets reduce the demand, and affected the producer. When there is no demand, then producer cannot produce sufficiently. So these are the problem. If you look to the foreign countries, especially European sector, then also we can see some impact, especially the labor shortage. For example, Italy relies on 370,000 migrant workers. Every year they need this kind of migrant workers, but due to the lockdown and other things, they are not managing to arrive in the field. Then the figure may be double in France. That is the latest says. In Germany, 286,000 seasonal workers engage in fruit, vegetable, and wine production. But this year, very much impact, negative impact has happened. In Kenya, one of the African country, they provide jobs for 600,000 farmers in tea plantation. So you can see, the labor is very, very important aspect. But due to this border closure, hundreds of thousands of seasonal workers are preventing from reaching the farm. So these are the scenario of Indo-PAP subcomponent and also the European countries. So whatever happened, we know the overall impact is increase in hunger and malnutrition. So this is the scenario. I think most of the places, especially the vulnerable countries, the effect is more. Okay, now just a few my idea on the mitigation option, how we can mitigate this problem. Many people have also discussed this issue. So one of the things is the agricultural supply chain. This agricultural supply chain has been affected by this lockdown and other things. So how can we solve the problem? The centralizing procurement and storing of agricultural product under the government control, and then also we can do using the e-commerce, because e-commerce is also a better way to do these things even without any direct contact, and avoid distortion in the supply chain during planting and harvesting. As I already mentioned before, that these are the two critical points of agricultural operation. So the government or authority should take a special care during this time. Just for your information, in Bangladesh, we have now almost finished harvesting. So we have a lot of bumper production, but due to labor shortage and the harvester non-ability to harvester, it was very, very big problem. Then suddenly government took some steps, and they supplied some combined harvester in some areas, and that helped a lot to the farmers who had many areas of borrow rice. So anyway, these kind of things are a very important issue to cover up this negative impact. Also, government should facilitate movement of agricultural raw materials and machinery. I think in this somebody's presentation, I heard that somebody asked the question, okay, if government allowed in these kind of things, then how they will control the dissemination of the coronavirus? Yes, they can do. The government can take a special care to allow this kind of transportation. Who carry the agricultural raw material and machinery? That means they should be excluded from knockdown and movement restriction order. All this kind of should be excluded. Next, please. Okay, so one of the important thing is we should ensure the employee safety. Especially, I give some idea about the European agricultural sector. They mostly depend on the migrant labor. So if the authority cannot provide the employees' safety, then it is a great problem for the farm owner and also for the worker. So they should provide the safety so that they abiding by the sanitary requirement and WHO recommendation they should follow. Then government should support agricultural industry. How? Maybe by tax reduction and prolonging the debt payment time they can prolong, and providing the concessional lending. That means they allow lend the money or other things, maybe in the subsidized rate. Then in case of the other countries, the extension of residency permit of existing migrant labor, especially in Malaysia. You can know that Malaysia, a lot of labor from Indonesia, Bangladesh, and other parts, they're working there. So the authority can, extend their permit. And also on the job training, many people, they are looking for the employment, but they don't have some experience. So at this moment, as this pandemic moment, the government can allow them to join the work, and the owner or the factory owner or the farm owner, they can give the training when they are in the working place. Next, please. Okay, so some more options so far I have identified. Government should provide conditional or unconditional cash transfer, especially to the vulnerable groups. The vulnerable groups are those who have, rickshaw puller, van puller, or the street corner, food outlet. All these people, they are very vulnerable group. So government should give some cash transfer. Then also the government can provide a public work program that help reduce unemployment. Other than the private, employment facility, government can open some sort of work program that the people can join easily, and that will help to reduce the unemployment, especially this pandemic situation. Then implementing policy for stabilizing the food prices is because already it has been discussed by other presenter also that the market control is an important aspect. If we cannot have the control over the food price, then it will affect the consumer, at the same time the producer. That is why there should be some role of the government through some particular department or agency, so that the price of the foods are controlled by them. Then improving communication on access point of food delivers. Those who deliver the food, although there might be some lockdown and other restriction, but this kind of thing, the delivery, who deliver the food, they should have some special permission. They can be allowed to, even they can be out of the lockdown or movement control order. Next, please. Okay, so reduce the VAT, value added tax, or other taxes. That is also one of the options the government can do. Then delivery food rations of necessity or economic, some money to the vulnerable group. And in this, I think this is from African country. So you can see that the voluntary food are giving to people. So this kind of things also should promote them, as because the vulnerable group are very, very much, in problem. If a government do not take care of them, then it is a very big issue for the country. Then social program should initiate, especially to the vulnerable group also, because many NGO or any group. They also give food to the poor people free of cost. Government gives some ration that is a reduced price, but some social program they give free. So this kind of things. Okay, then use contactless delivery service to the consumer, such as using drone. This is advanced country. They use this technology. They just give the telephone call, and the shop owner, he supply the things using the drone. And drone come to his place and give the delivery and then go back. So this is one of the advanced technology if you can afford. Then another option, the central bank should inject some fund for the agriculture sector through grant facility to the SMEs to help the SMEs, short medium enterprise. They should have some money, maybe in the form of grant or in the form of the low interest rate, whatever maybe. So this kind of provision should have, so that the SME related to food production or agricultural activity, they should get the benefit. Okay, now I like to focus something as because we are discussing about the labor, agricultural labor, but how can we utilize this agricultural labor at this COVID-19 pandemic? So the CDC, Center for Disease Control, US Department of Labor, they have developed some guideline. So I have taken this guideline from their source, and I think we should follow this one. The authority should conduct, at the beginning, the authority should conduct work site assessment to identify COVID-19 risk and prevention strategy. If you like to hire the labor from the other country or other area of other state of the same country, then this kind of thing is very important at the beginning. Then prevention practice also should include source control. If you can identify, then you have to identify what is the source of this COVID-19. Then engineering and admin control also need to follow. For example, sanitation, cleaning, disinfection, etc., and use of PPEs, the personal protection equipment. So all this issues should be provided at the workplace. Then another aspect, they suggested that grouping workers into cohort, different cohort, you can group them in the workplace. For example, close contact workers and some quarantined workers. That means some worker already experience some quarantine period. All this you should be make separate group like this. Next, please. Okay, the owner should place workers in the same vehicle and in the same cohort to limit exposure. It's because you need to use your labor, but you need to maintain all this kind of things to limit the exposure of the worker to the COVID-19. So then basic information and training about the infection prevention should be given to all the workers so that they can safeguard themselves. If they don't know this, they don't have this idea, they cannot be prevented. That is why it is very important. Then work site development plan, when you develop your work site, then that should be together with public health official, the local public official, they should be involved, especially at this, the COVID-19 pandemic situation. It's because your work site development must be included with public health official and occupational safety professional. So these kind of people, they know better. So they should be involved. Then response calmly and empathically. Treat him if any worker find COVID-19 positive, then what should you do and how should you tackle the matter? This is respond calmly and empathetically and treat him or her with passion. If you say something, oh, you are infected, or you are making many things and many loss of my company, or no, it should not be like this. So we should be, respond to him or her calmly. Then assure him or her that identity will remain confidential. Otherwise, he or she may have some social problem. So his identity should be confidential. And the authority should ensure his or her sick leave or paid time off until he recovered. Otherwise, he will have no, chance to stay behind. That is why. Okay. Then identify the employees who were in contact of him or her last 2 weeks. We need to, the infected worker have been identified already, but we need to know who are the worker who were in contact with this particular infected worker. So that's we need to advise, we need to identify and advise them to be self-quarantine, as because he or she might be exposure to the. Then inform all other employees through emails that someone in the company tested positive. That is for other employee also. And owner may decide to close the farm or office for a few days and make thorough checkup for the, next please. Okay. So,
excuse me, Dr. Karim, may I request you to
finish. Only one more slide, I think. When reopen the office, provide hand sanitizer, wipe down the surface multiple times, measure the body temperature at the beginning or after office. Don't allow any worker with feet above the 99 degree Fahrenheit or coughs like this. So this is the conclusion. So the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the teamwork and security due to mobility restriction, lockdown, etc. The socio-economy of the people, especially the vulnerable groups, are affected greatly. Therefore, the government of the country should uplift the restriction, especially for agricultural activities, and provide financial support to the agricultural sector, should provide facility for the farmers to get market access with their products. And lastly, the guidelines for the agricultural workers as developed by CDP, US Department of Labor, should follow in work plus of agro industry. That's my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim. You have explained nicely the broad picture of the migration, labor situations, the status, then the logistic transportations, and the restrictions on agriculture produce transportation. And I'm happy to say that the government of India has already taken good steps in this pace. We have put all these restrictions away for agriculture produce, agriculture material, machinery. Even the harvesting time, the combine harvesters were allowed to go to the field, and the workers were allowed for that, and therefore we could get good harvest at proper time and sowing at proper time. And this uplifting for restriction is really has been adopted by the government of India. The labors, the quarantine pattern or separation of labors also been taken into consideration. But your picture, broad picture of different countries, is really a wonderful presentation. I see some of the questions in the chat box. So I'll ask Kirti Tantwai first to ask some questions.
Yes, please.
It's an interesting lecture, and many are interested in asking the questions.
All right.
Kirti Tantwai, are you hearing? No, let me read the question.
All right, okay.
She was asking, can small units of food processing plant in village overcome the problem of migrant labor and also proper use of agricultural products. Units of food processing plant.
Yes, I think food processing also, especially we can consider from two point of view. One is small food processing plant. That means he is also in need to earn subsistence through his food processing plant. And the worker who will be going and help this food processing activity, he also or she also need some income out of the work also. So all this kind of things should be excluded, all this restriction, so that the overall economy can be grow up. I think I am with his or her comment. Yes. Yes.
Then there are two questions by Dr. Ajay Gupta. In my opinion, the crop should be classified on the basis of their ability for stress resistance, storage, and transportation challenges, market response, and the group of farms cultivating them. Such a classification may be used to advise the grower to choose a particular crop cultivation. Example, marginal and landless farmers should opt for more stable crops with a constant demand in the market. And the question is asking, is there a planning for research work on packaging methods and packaging materials for quick sanitization of packaged agricultural produce?
I think, okay. Is it finished or still some more?
No.
Okay. So, okay. So regarding the packaging and other activity, I think this is depends on the kind of the industry, whether it is a small industry or medium-sized industry or big industry. So if it is very big industry, obviously the owner should develop some the criteria how can carry out all this packaging and other activity using the labor. And if, as my suggestion is especially for the agriculture and food related activities. So if it is agriculture and food related, obviously they should be taken proper care by the government, so that this kind of packaging facility is there, and there is the responsibility of the owner of the factory, and the labor movement that should be controlled by the government, local government or maybe central government, who will be related to this kind of labor movement or restriction order. So they should take proper care. So the overall impact is we should not give any restriction to the agricultural activity and food production activities. That will support us, that will support the urban people and the rural people both. So we should be taking special care for that. Thank you. Hello.
सर कंटिन्यू, आवाज आ रही है आपकी?
Hello.
Any more? Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim.
Okay,
you have presented a nice information, and from really from core of my heart, I thank you. Your deliberation as well as your discussion during the presentations is really very useful for participants and for the university. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And now I request Dr. Sheila Raghuvanshi to proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. For the next presentation, I would like to call Dr. Ali Amer, sir, from the Maldives. In continuation, I would like to request S.S. Shukla, sir. Sir, please, can you join as a chairman for the particular session? Dr. S.S. Shukla, sir. Food science.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, sir.
Just
Good
now I
afternoon,
got
sir.
them. Good afternoon, madam.
Yes,
Just
sir.
now I have got the message from Dr. Rajput. So
Yes, sir.
regarding this particular meeting, so I am
Yes, sir.
here. I am joining it, and
Okay, sir.
That's
okay.
nice.
Okay,
Now
sir.
I hand over to Dr. Shukla.
Yes, sir.
Kindly chair the session.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
Sir,
for
Dr.
leaving.
Yes, sir.
No, doctor.
Sir, sir, we are so much thankful for Dr. Nima sir to extending so much time, spare time for us, sir. So thank you so much. We are so humble, sir. And I would like to welcome Dr. S.A. Shukla, sir. So it's an unfortunate situation for us that Dr. P.C. Mishra, sir, because of some personal reason, he was not able to join us, sir. So please, sir, continue, sir, please. Thank you so much. The next presenter is Dr. Ali Ahmed from Maldives. Sir, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
First of all,
slide.
I would like to thank you, the chair and organizing committee, especially Namrata Jain for reaching me. And I have prepared a short presentation for this discussion. So I thought it would be very much, I mean, relevant for the discussion today, because Maldives is a very small island nation, and we are talking about the food security situation of the global world. So although Maldives is a small country, we are also producing some amount of food, and also we are relying a lot on the production in neighboring countries as well. To begin with my presentation, I just introduced myself. I'm Ali Amir. I'm the Director of Agriculture Training and Extension Adaptive Research Section of the Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture of the Maldives. I have been working for the ministry for like 20 years now. To Just to give you a very short overview of the presentation, I will just give you. I'm pretty sure that most of the people here may not be very well aware of the country. So I'll just give a very brief background of the country, and then followed by food security situation of the country and what actually happened during the pandemic situation, and what kind of challenges that we have faced, and some of the actions already taken by the government, as well as some of my thoughts that that could be a way forward for the to overcome the situation of food security situation. So, coming with the background, Maldives is located in the Indian Ocean, south to India and Sri Lanka. It is spread around 895,000 square kilometer, and it consists 1,192 islands. So you may realize that from the map you can see that the land area is very tiny. The island sizes is so small, very tiny islands that we are talking about. So the total area for cultivation, the available area is somewhat around 2,670 hectares. So which is very small, and the contribution of the GDP of agriculture during 2019, it was somewhat around 1.2%. So which is very small. The contribution was very small, and uh, the country is totally depending on the country's economy is totally depending on tourism sector. So we have been heavily been impacted due to the pandemics, due to the due to the close down of the borders and all. And the country, Maldives itself, we have been closed our borders since March 2000, since March 18, I think. So, and coming to the background again, the islands that we have in Maldives is so tiny that I just mentioned. Most of the islands, they are smaller than 1,000, smaller than how to say, smaller than 1 square kilometer. So they are so tiny. Yet we have been trying to utilize most of the available lands available for agriculture. For example, like the among the 1,192 islands, 200 islands, only 200 islands are inhabited islands, and the rest are maybe somewhat around 150 islands are occupied as tourism development country, tourist resorts and so on. And the rest, they are just there, and then 50 islands have been leased for agricultural purposes. So some sort of agriculture is going on. Even then, the land that is available in those islands, they are so, I mean, the soil condition there is so saline, and the sand itself is soil itself is composed of coral sand, so it's not very fertile for crop production in the soil itself. So you can see from the top corner that they have been cultivating on the soil as well, but they have to supplement a lot of fertilizers just to supplement the fertilizer requirement that they have been using both chemicals and organic fertilizers as well. And here on the bottom corner that you can see, this is how they have been utilizing the islands for agricultural purposes. They have been cultivating some high return crops like melon and tomato and leafy vegetables like lettuce and so on. So this is one example of one of the island. And like I just mentioned, because of the sand soil type, the water retention capacity itself is very low, and the fertility as well, it's very low. So there are lots of challenges in terms of productivity of the soil and the islands, the geographic nature itself. The type of crops grown in the Maldives, most of the islands they are covered with coconuts, so that's the most incentively grown crop over the country. And the breadfruit, guava, wax apple, custard apple, pond apple, mango, banana, papaya, there are lots of several types of crops have been found in the backyard gardens and some of the farmlands as well. So within these crops, I should mention that watermelon, papaya, chili, they could be the major crops that you can find on the farmlands. So that those are the cash crops that the farmers have been growing mostly intensively, apart from the coconut. And in the southern atolls, in some of the islands, you can also find some tuber crops like sweet potato, cassava, yam, and taro as well. So coming to the food security situation of the country, I would just come with the traditional background of the food habits that we have had in the past. Uh, Actually, Maldives, I think around 1960s, 1970s, we could easily say that we can actually we can actually yeah, we can actually simply depend on our domestic production. At that time, we used to produce lots of sorghum, maize, finger millets, and some tuber crops like taro, cassava, and sweet potatoes. So they were so common in the food that we consume at that time. But uh, uh, unfortunately, it started to change somehow. We started to depend on lot of the rice and wheats and so on. So with that, all the crops that we grew at that time, it simply lost. So uh, and even then, at that time, even then, the fish was the main protein source that we have been consuming. And then, even still today, we have been consuming lots of fish. So, even today, that you can find in Maldivian diet, in almost every meal that you can find lots of coconuts and fish, mainly tuna, is incorporated in it. So, those are the major diets that we have been using. So according to the World Food and Agriculture Organization, Food and Agriculture Organization, the three pillars of food security are availability, accessibility, and utilization of food. So, coming to the more Indian context, how are we going to secure our food? This is kind of a big challenge for us because of the limitation of land and because of the low productivity in the land available in the Maldives. So, what we have been doing so far is that for the availability of food, what we have been doing is that we are ensuring the imports are not not interrupted. So that's how we have been ensuring the availability of food, and at the same time, the foods that we import, it's been highly subsidized by the government. So 100% of the staple food, wheat and rice and sugar, it's been imported to the country. And 90% of the rest of the food items are as well imported. So it's like just the 10% is produced in the country, and it could be much less than that as well. So during the lockdown period, we have noticed that unfortunately the local demand from the local was because of the lockdown, there were like so many. We actually have so many factories in the Maldives, and sadly, we have lots of illegal workers as well working in the Maldives. So these people, they have lost their job, they have lost their work, and then we found out that lots of people they were just kind of suffering and having food shortages, and they were just out on the street even during the lockdown. So government had to take them to the shelter and provide food and so on. And some of them have even sent back to their homes as well. So it was very sad that they hit very bad during this situation. And looking at the figures of Maldives Monetary Authority in 2019, it shows that 546.2 million US dollars has been spent on food imports, mainly for the mainly for the staple foods. So which is like 11.2% of the GDP. So which means that a lot of our GDP is going for food imports. And 25% of the total was to import of fruits and vegetables. So below you can find this from this table that you are finding some of the uh, major crops that have been imported to the country apart from the staple foods, watermelon, papaya, and banana, because we have a big tourism industry and they absorb lots of these fruits and vegetables. So probably that's the reason that we have been importing a lot of these fruits and vegetables apart from staple foods. So the price, as I mentioned earlier, the price of the staple foods are controlled by the government. And in 2019 itself, 16.7 billion US dollars was spent on food subsidies. So this is quite a lot for a small community like us. We have like uh, we haven't even reached 400,000 or 400,000 in our population. So we have a very small population, yet we are spending a lot for food imports. And during the pandemic, we have noticed that domestic production were very much affected because there were difficulties in transportation between the islands, and mainly the foods that they produce in the islands, they are brought to Male, and from Male could be the major commercial hub for them to trade their agricultural produces. So there was lots of difficulties for them to travel because of the travel restrictions that has imposed by the government health protection agency. So, and again, it has increased the post-harvest loss due to the lack of demand from various food items. For example, like most of the people, they started to save, and most of the people, they have even lost their job because of the close down of borders and no tourist arrival during the past 3 months. So there were lack of demand for some food items as well. Mostly for the food items that they produce locally, the melon and watermelon and those kind of produces. And fortunately, no unexpected interruptions on food imports at the moment. I don't know what's going to happen next, but at the moment we are kind of we the government has been maintaining the stock of staple foods very well, and they are giving the assurance to the public that for the next 6 months it's been already maintained well stocked, and it's been kind of dispatched to the certain areas of the countries as well. So they are giving that assurance. So we are kind of in a good situation at the moment. And the government exempted the rents of the lands leased for agriculture purposes for the next 3 years. So it's free of charge. They can just simply, whoever wants to grow some agriculture production, and they can just simply go and do the cultivation. It's it's free. And like I just mentioned, that we have leased like 50 islands just for the agricultural purposes. So the rent of the payment of rents for those uninhabited islands are also being kind of eased up, so they don't have to pay their rents for the next 3 months. And then after that also, there are certain arrangements that if they can't sell their producers, there will be some easy ways for them to pay back their rents as well. And again, eased up the payback of existing loans disbursed for agriculture developments. For the past 3 years, several people have already been invested for agriculture, and many loans have been disbursed for agricultural purposes. Especially for the people who wants to go for hydroponics investment and vertical gardening on so on. For them, lots of loans have been disbursed. So for that, there have been easy arrangements have been already set up and been communicated with them as well. And again, additional soft loan schemes are now open for agriculture development with much longer grace period. The past loans, the loans that we have recently dispersed, it was for the period for the grace period of 6 months, and the coming new loans, it will be additional 6 month period. So it will be like 1 year grace period. And again, within the pandemic itself, a public corporation has been established to assist farmers in input supply and marketing their produces as well, because farmers have faced lots of difficulties to market their produces because of the travel restrictions and so on. So these corporations, they started to reach out and buy the producers from the farmers itself, and they have been playing a major role in marketing, distributing the domestic producers within the community. So it was very helpful, and farmers acknowledged the effort by this corporation. And some of the challenges for the food security in the country, I would say that with the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, major exporting nations may resort to food nationalism, leading to stricter export quotas for the time being, maybe because of the bilateral good relationships we have had with the countries. Maybe because of that, so far we haven't had any difficulties in the imports. We have been receiving enough amount of food, especially for the staple foods that we are secured and the supply is the supply network is not interrupted. It was good. Yet I'm not sure what's gonna happen next. How long this pandemic will go on. So I have heard from some of the warnings that have already issued by the UN food agencies. They were saying that we are going towards a food crisis or so on, so on. So probably it may affect. I'm not sure. So the limitation of a suitable land for the agriculture expansion, that would be the major concern for the country. I'm pretty sure that no country is simply depending on the imports. Everyone is trying to produce their own production, increase their own production, and uh, reduce the dependency on imports. So that's the way we are also going towards, but we do have lots of limitation to go on that direction. So from these pictures that you can see on this up corner, those are the type of vessels that we have been using to transport the goods that they produce in the islands. And you can see the condition of these boats. It's not very good. It's been kindly closed and complete, and they sometimes from the further atolls, from the further islands, when they are bringing the goods from those islands to the central market in Male, which is located in Male, it may take like 2 days, 2 days to travel from there to the Male market, and by the time they reach Male market, the quality of the produce it's been already been deteriorated and started to spoil. So post-harvest loss is incurred a lot in this travel. So these poor market linkages for domestic production, that's the main challenge for the agricultural production expansion. And at the same time, absence of national food security act that outline the policies and strategies with proper plans at the island level, atoll and national level food security, especially at the time of food crisis, as such as the pandemic, it's a big issue for us, and it will be a challenge for a country like Maldives. And for the way forward, I would say that increasing the investment on local production and encourage the utilization of all available cultivable lands for agriculture is essential for the country. And at the same time encouraging the home gardening, urban gardening, and other innovative economically feasible approaches such as vertical gardening and hydroponics is again very important for the country. The reason why I'm mentioning the home gardening and urban gardening is that we, in the recent history, like in the last 5 years or 10 years, we have experienced that many people who's living in the rural islands, they have been migrating to the urban areas and kind of securing their main income from other sources. So they can't just simply rely on the income from other sources. They should actually make use of the spaces available in their home gardens and start to produce some sort of food wherever possible. So that's the reason that I mentioned that. And then we also need to aware public to incorporate food that can be easily grown in the islands into their daily diets. For example, like I mentioned, traditionally we have been using lots of tuber crops like taro, cassava, sweet potato, and again breadfruit. Those are the crops that can be easily grown in the country, and farmers there haven't had much difficulties in growing those crops in their islands. Yet, because of the low demand, there is no much production of those kind of commodities. So, to kind of produce such a demand, we have to aware the public to incorporate, to utilize those kind of foods in their daily diets, not just simply depend on the rice and wheat and other sort of imported heavily the crops that we are heavily depending on the imports. And again, we can't. I don't think it's a very good idea to depend just simply on one country to import the food, mainly for the staple foods. At the moment, what we have been doing is that we have been importing from just three countries. Like the major countries that we have been importing from is India, Turkey, and then UAE. So we can't just simply depending on three countries. We have to diversify the import markets and facilitate the utilization of regional ports as well, because at the moment all the food items that's coming from abroad is coming to the Male market, Male port, Male seaport, and there are three other seaports as well in Maldives. So it's better to utilize those ports as well. And then again, like I mentioned, it should come from, we should expand, reach out to other countries as well, so that if there is any shortage from India or some other country because of the pandemics or or any other reason, there should be an alternative ways to secure the foods. So, and again, increase financial schemes for agricultural investment. Recently, I just talked about the loans that we have been loan schemes that we have been uh, introducing for the farmers. I'm not sure that's enough for the farmers. That's even attractive enough for the farmers to invest in agriculture. Why? The reason why I'm saying is that there are some other financial schemes as well in place. For example, like the loan schemes that is specifically for the development of small and medium enterprises development. Uh, Mostly those loans, they are kind of have similar conditions as the loans that we have been distributing for the farmers as well. So there must be some sort of a selling point for the loans that are targeted for the small scale farmers. It should be much more attractive than the other schemes. So, and again, promote and protect domestic production through strengthening existing policies. The reason why I'm mentioning here this point is that we have been producing a lot. The farmers have been producing enough watermelon, papaya, and chili. And from the statistics that I have shown earlier, you have seen that lots of those crops we have been importing as well, and the prices that they and the prices in the market for those imported varieties, it's so low compared to the producers that are coming from the farmers. So it's very difficult for them to compete their products to the imported commodities that's coming from abroad. So for that, I think there should have a good policies to protect and promote the domestic production. Otherwise, they will just get fed up and just move out and go for other sort of income generating activities. And again, improve transportation network and facilitate the movement of agriculture produce within the country is essential for the moment. And again, develop mechanism to minimize post-harvest losses for the agriculture production in further islands. Like I mentioned, the vessels that we have been using is not designed to kind of distribute these kind of perishable vegetables and fruits. So the damage, the losses is so high. So we have to invest in kind of cold storage facilities and the vessels that could kind of not break the cold chains during the transfer of agricultural produces. So thank you for listening my presentation. I hope it's very relevant for the topic that we have been discussing today. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. S.S. Shukla, sir, kindly conclude, sir. Dr. S.S. Shukla, sir. Shukla, sir, I'm audible to you. Dr. S.S. Shukla, sir. Maybe because of technical problem, he left the meeting. Really, it's a wonderful presentation. Now, moving for the next, if any participant have any question regarding the particular presentation, so please unmute your mic and you can ask the question. If there any question, kindly ask the question, please. Okay. Now I'm considering that there are no questions regarding any of this presentation. So for the next presentation, I would like to call Dr. Kamajit Ray, Advisor, Ministry of Earth Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Kamajit Ray.
So good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, you are perfectly audible. Ma'am, please continue.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you, all agriculture specialists, scientists, and experts here. So I was going to talk about something about COVID-19 and something about agriculture security or food security, but then I saw so many experts are there, so I'll talk only about something which is more specific to me, that is the role of meteorological services. So next slide, please. I am working in Ministry of Earth Sciences, and I'm program head for the functions of India Meteorological Department. So various programs of India Meteorological Department, they are coordinated with Ministry of Earth Sciences through me. So as we all know that COVID crisis, the ongoing health crisis around COVID has affected all walks of life, particularly protecting lives of people suffering from the disease, as well as the frontline health responders have been the priority of the nation. Next, please. So, but this has resulted in immediate serious worldwide human health issues. This is something which was not there for so many years, this kind of disaster, you see. So we have been looking at disasters of various kinds, meteorological disasters, but something like this, a pandemic kind of situation has arisen, is something new to all of us. So international efforts to control the virus by limiting human movement is also causing a lot of economic shocks and social costs that are going to affect everything, even agriculture and food systems worldwide. Even the migration issues, the quarantine measures are severely affecting the labor availability with key time critical farming, from harvesting rabi crops to sowing vegetable crops and also to picking fruits. So as this crisis is going to develop further, this is not yet, we cannot see the end so far. So as it is going to move on further, there are going to be further consequences for all sectors, not only agriculture but other sectors, and also for national economy. Next, please. So if you see, there are major natural disasters which we know. How do we qualify these natural disasters? The most important is the meteorological disasters. These are the disasters which we can see every year. Every year there are instances of cyclones, heat waves, thunderstorms, tornadoes, even climatological disasters like droughts, forest fires. We have heard about them. You have droughts once in 2 years or once in 3 years. Again, we have these geophysical disasters, which are earthquakes and tsunamis, and hydrological disasters, which are related to landslides and floods. But biological disasters, these are the epidemics and pandemics, which have taken a different shape, have become very important this year. You see, we have this dengue thing, we are getting cholera, we are having hepatitis, even locust, it comes under the biological disasters. But this year, this kind of epidemic, which has taken a pandemic kind of shape, is something new for us. For globally also, it is something new. So if you take all natural disasters in last few years or few decades, it was the Odisha super cyclone in 1999. Then there was this Gujarat earthquake in 2001, which was also a natural disaster and which comes under this category of geophysical disasters. Then Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004 was also a geophysical disaster. Maharashtra drought was a climatological disaster. Uttarakhand flash floods was also one of the hydrological disasters. But again, these, the most focus has been mostly the hydrological and meteorological disasters, you see. But in 2020, the COVID-19 is first disaster, you see. This is the first disaster we'll be talking about. So there is an interrelation, you see. There always, whenever we talk about natural disasters which are linked to meteorology, which are linked to climatology, hydrology, they are always linked to these biological disasters. You see, every year we have dengue, every year we have suppose cholera. So this is related to some of the meteorological conditions. These are all related to some factors, some weather phenomena, some high humidity cases, some high temperature issues, which are related to that epidemic and which is related to that cause also. So like in this year we have COVID-19, Amphan cyclone, there was Nisarga cyclone, and there was this locust plague. So we have a kind of different kind of situation which have arisen in 2020. So as of now, there is currently no conclusive evidence that either weather or climate have a strong influence on the transmission of COVID. So because you see, the corona or the COVID, we call it, this is happening in all countries. It is happening globally. It is happening in cold and dry climate. It is happening in hot and humid climate. It is happening in something like where there the temperatures are in -degree. So still there has not been a linkage between the weather and the COVID. So again, if we talk about the climate change may also indirectly affect the COVID response. So because it undermines the environment determinants of health and places additional stress on the health system. So as we see, because of this corona, there has been a lockdown. So there has been a lockdown, because of which temporarily our environment has improved. Okay, so the pollution levels have come down. But again, there is this cannot be taken as a permanent thing. This should be a permanent thing, but this is not yet a permanent thing. So the most emerging infectious diseases, almost all recent pandemics, have a origin in wildlife. And the wildlife, there is increasing evidence again that human pressure on natural environment may be a driver for the disease emergence. Next, please. So the first most important is the air pollution. So air pollution is a serious health risk. It kills approximately 7 million people every year, and it is responsible for 1/3 of all the deaths from strokes, lung cancer, and heart disease. So efforts to control COVID transmission have reduced economic activity and led to a temporary improvement of air quality in some areas. But still, because of this, we cannot downplay the enormous global health challenges and loss of life as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. So Secretary General WMO has told that, however, now is the time to consider how to use economic stimulus packages to support a long-term switch to a more environmentally and climate-friendly business and personal practices. Next, please. So let us see the Amphan cyclone. So India Meteorological Department maintained round-the-clock watch over North Indian Ocean. This system was monitored since 23rd April and it made a landfall around 20th May. So even in these COVID times, even in these lockdown times, it was very difficult for IMD with the limited staff to do this work, but still IMD with the help of the state government and other authorities was working round the clock, was running models round the clock and issuing advisories. So Amphan was again a success story during these COVID times. There was an accurate landfall. IMD predicted accurately the landfall time, track, intensity, as well as associated weather. It predicted 100 to 110 winds gusting to 120 km per hour, and that is exactly the wind speed with which the Amphan made a landfall over the coastal West Bengal. It affected Odisha also. Proper timely warnings were given, which led to proper evacuation. Again, evacuation and putting these people in this time of corona was also a challenging thing, which was very efficiently done by India Meteorological Department, Ministry of Earth Science, and the concerned state governments. Next, please. So again, Nisarga was another example. Mumbai region, Maharashtra coast, there are very less instances of cyclone landfall over the Maharashtra region or the Mumbai region. But during this year, in addition to some anomalies like COVID, Nisarga was also an anomaly. So having a cyclone which intensified in Arabian Sea and was to make or made a landfall on Maharashtra coast was a kind of anomaly. Maybe after 10, 20, 30 years, there was cyclone which was hitting Mumbai coast. So this cyclone was also very nicely tracked by India Meteorological Department and other Ministry of Earth Science offices. And there was a round the clock watch over the North Indian Ocean. It was monitored since 21st May with the help of INSAT 3D, with the help of radars in Goa and Mumbai. And there was a perfect forecast of landfall which happened to the south of Mumbai near Raigada. Next, please. So another achievement which was done during these corona times was, even in spite of the lockdowns and in spite of sufferings, in spite of staff scarcity, a Chennai flood warning system which was functioning efficiently. Another on the lines of Chennai flood warning system, another Mumbai flood warning system was inaugurated. Next slide, please. Was inaugurated recently last week, and this was a in-house expertise of Ministry of Earth Science in coordination with other offices, IMD, IATM, NCCR. And this is again a system which is enhance the resilience of the city of Mumbai by providing early warning for flooding, especially during high rainfall events and cyclones. Next, please. So if you see the extreme weather events in the wake of climate change, in the wake of the weather in the last 50 years and the weather which we are going to expect in the next 50 years, the extreme weather events have been showing a rise. This diagram, you can first diagram see that the extreme weather events have been rising, and it is a very significant rise. While if you see the mortality associated with the extreme weather events, it has been kind of not much significant. Although you see some peaks during these disasters, during these calamities, like during the Uttarakhand floods, like during the cyclone Phelan, like not Phelan, super cyclone in 1999. Similarly, in 71 and 77, the cyclone led to more than 10,000 deaths. So you see, with the increase in these extreme weather events, we have to be more cautious. We have to be more cautious because these extreme weather events are increasing, and with the existing condition of corona, with the existing condition of COVID, we have to be more truthful and believable. Think that this climate change is something which may happen, which is happening, and we have to take care the way we took for corona. We have to be very vigilant. And as you can see, the tropical cyclones, although the tropical cyclones have been decreasing, but again, the mortality has also been decreasing with the better early warnings, with the better modeling, with the better data going into the models. So similarly, we will have to think about the other calamities, other disasters which are going to affect us in future. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the role of meteorological information, the hazard monitoring and assessment, early warning, mitigation, technical support in vulnerability analysis, technical support in preparedness and planning. All these are the things which IMD and Ministry of Earth Science have been doing for disasters which are related to meteorology, for hydrological disasters and geophysical disasters. Next, please. So again, the world needs to demonstrate the same unity and commitment to climate action and cutting greenhouse gas emissions as to contain the coronavirus pandemic failure in climate change pandemic. Full stop. The failure in climate change mitigation could lead to greater human life and economic losses during the coming decades if this is not taken seriously. So thank you so much.
Hello, thank you very much for nice presentation. As in earlier presentation, just because of network failure, I could not summarize that. That was also one wonderful presentation from all of you. I welcome both of you for presenting such a nice talk to us, Madam Sheila, and I am giving to Madam Sheila Raghuvanshi. If there is any question, are we taking the question simultaneously, or there will be at the end of the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
the questions will be ready. Okay.
And
Okay,
if any question, I'm requesting to the participants, if there are any questions, so kindly unmute yourself and ask the question, please. Sir, I think there is no question. So with your permission, sir, can I call to the next participant?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We have already taken the record of the presentation. We'll make the proceeding accordingly.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure, sir. For the next presentation, Dr. S. Sridevi, Principal, Agriculture Polytechnic, Telangana. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this chance. And before I actually present, I'll thank Namrata especially. And can I make presentation from my side?
Sure, sure. No, ma'am. The presentation will be from our side.
Okay, load it. Okay.
It's visible. It's visible to you, ma'am?
It's visible. Okay. Basically, I'm a soil scientist, but I would like to discuss on an issue of women farmers, which is very pertinent in the context of COVID-19. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, as you know, our agriculture is contributing to 42% of employment. And within that, when you take the economically active women in the country, about 4/5 of all the economically active women are engaged in agriculture. And you can say 48% of self-employed farmers are women. And when you come to the allied sectors, about 75 million women are engaged in this sector, as against 15 million men. Similarly, when you come to other animal husbandry like small ruminants and others, the contribution of women is about 20 million as against to the 1.5 million workers from men or male farmers. So you can say the almost all the women in rural India are engaged in farming. Either they are working as agriculture labor, either as unpaid workers in the family or farm enterprise, or combination of these two. So you can just say that rural India is witnessing a process called feminization in agriculture. Next, please. So FAO says that rural women are producing about 50% of the world's food, and about 60 to 80% of food in developing countries, including India. So thus we are realizing the importance of women farmers and their contribution to the field of agriculture and food security in the recent days. Next. So when you look at the multidimensional roles that women are playing, they are engaged in almost in all the agricultural activities, like from sowing to harvesting, winnowing, storing. Every agricultural activity they are involved. Then coming to the domestic activities, they are involved in multiple activities from cooking, raising children, water collection, fuel, food gathering, household maintenance. Many activities they are doing, and including the allied activities of cattle management, fodder collection, milking, and almost rural women they manage very complex households, and they are handling multiple activities and livelihood strategies. Next, please. So though they are doing so many activities, but none of them are defined as economically active employment. Yeah, though there is a lot of statistical data available on this, there is no information or impact of this their contribution, which is you can say it has been completely ignored. Their contribution to the economic development has been ignored. Next. So to address these issues, we have to understand what are the constraints that women are facing in the agriculture. To understand this, we have carried out a study in Telangana. We have carried out a characterization survey in Medak district of Telangana. Medak is an active district in Telangana, from where our CM hails from. We have taken up a survey in that district. Next. So in that survey has covered a lot of issues. In that, I am covering the points pertinent to this topic. We have taken information on women's participation in decision making in various farm activities, like what are the crops to be sown, what are the agricultural operations, and what labor are to be hired, and how to market the farm produce, purchasing of sale and land, what is their role in purchase of sale and milch animals. On these issues, we have taken the contribution of women. And this is the methodological framework we have adopted. We have carried out the survey in two blocks, we have selected two blocks. One is a low productive block and the other one is a high productive block. In these two blocks, we have selected 4 mandals covering 6 villages. And we have gathered the information from different landholding sizes, like we have covered small farmers, marginal farmers, medium and large farmers. Altogether, we have about 247 sampling size, covering 124 marginal farmers, 72 small farmers, 34 medium farmers, and 70 large farmers. Next slide, please. And this is the socio-economic information of those sample households. The average land holding size of the study area is about 1.29, and the average age of the sample size is about 49 years. And they have about 4 to 5 years of education, and the average family size is about 5 members. And the land fragmentation size, the average land fragmentation size is about 2.3 hectares. And this is in general about the socio-economic characteristics of those that made a district. Then we have carried out the survey. Then come to the next step. And this is about the information based on crops to be sown, information about the existing farming systems which are being existing there in Medak district. About 58% farmers are going only for crops, whereas cropless dairy is being practiced by 21% and cropless goatry is being practiced by 8.9%. Similarly, cropless horticulture also about 8.9% of farmers are practicing, and cropless horticulture is the plus dairy is being practiced by 2.4% of the farm families. Next, please. However, this varies with the size of the farm. And coming to the women's participation in decision making, when we come to the crop to be sown, about 17.5 farmers, women farmers were not at all consulted in their family regarding the which crop is to be sown in their farm. And however, about 59% were being informed. And their opinion was sought in by about 21% of the farmers. But whereas the final decision of the women was considered only to an extent of 3.6%. This is with regard to crop to be sown. Next. And when coming to the agricultural operations that are to be taken up on the farm, the final decision of women was considered only up to 4.5% only. And 10% of the farm families, they didn't even consider their women family members about the agricultural operations to be carried out. Next, please. Similar is the case with labor to be hired. About 18.5% of the women's decision was considered, and though opinion was sought from 51% of the women farmers. Next. And coming to marketing of farm produce, decision of the women was final by 6.6%. And about 21% of the farm families, they have not considered or not informed to their family members. And then next, coming to the purchase and sale of land, only 3.3% of the women were considered, and 28% of the women farmers were not informed about the purchase and sale of the land, though 32% were informed about this. Coming to the purchase and sale of milch animals, 6.3% of the women's opinions have come up to the stage of final decision, and about 32% were not even informed about the purchase of milch animals in their farm. This is the information that we gathered from Medak district of Telangana, and from that information, we have brought out some conclusions. Like the reasons or main obstacles which we observed were the land holding size or the land holdings or animals or machineries. There very few were on the name of women folk. They were under the control of women folk, and they were absent from decision. They absent from decision making process, and mostly women are engaged in unmechanized agricultural tasks, or they were performing multiple tasks which add more burden to them. And the very most important factor which we raised is high illiteracy or illiteracy rate or school dropout is very common with women folk, and they are earning less wage when compared to their male counterparts or either especially in joint or informal or private sector. It is not an organized sector, and women are not aware of their legal rights, and sometimes some laws are misapplied with regard to women. Next. So, though there are so many constraints and limitations, women can do well in agriculture provided the resources and opportunities are equitably distributed. Next. So, FAO says that if we can close the gender gap, like the difference between the male and female workers is removed, we can reduce the number of hungry people in the world by 12 to 17%, or 100 to 150 million people can be, hunger of 100 to 150 million people can be reduced.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but please, ma'am, conclude. Please, ma'am. We have the shortage of time.
Yeah. Actually, I was initially told for 20 minutes, so this is little lengthy. I'll just come to the issue.
Yeah, ma'am. But sorry, it's a kind of confusion, but please, ma'am, try to conclude yourself. Please.
Yeah, just come to next slide. Next. So why these gender-informed approaches are not adapted means, with reference to COVID-19, actually food and nutritional security is the main issue. and women are already being marginalized or ignored in the farm family or farming sector. And this COVID-19 has still further made them further marginalized. To increase their our approach should be we should increase the awareness and target women in improving their productivity. Next. So gender mainstreaming is the internationally accepted approach in the current days, wherein we will incorporate gender perspective in policies, plans, programs, and projects. Next. So in their farming systems, farmers, women farmers will be involved in various activities. Like they'll be doing multiple activities. Next. They'll be involved in multiple activities like from land preparation to storage, as I have explained. Come further. So back. Strategies. Back. One more slide back. So some strategies for gender mainstreaming is, since women are facing a lot of hard work and they are doing a lot of hard work, we have to concentrate our technologies to reduce the drudgery, and we should make tools or prepare some equipment which can empower women by reducing their drudgery. Our aim should be, we should empower women through drudgery reducing tools and equipment. Next. And these tools should be prepared or manufactured in such a way that the anthropometric data of women workers should be considered. And we should arrange the training programs and demonstrations of these equipment in their reach and make them available for purchase in the villages. And we should provide loans for them to purchase these things. Next. And as horticulture is one sector where women are mostly involved, we should train them in more productive areas like multiplication of quality planting materials, seed productions, and nurseries and ornamentals. And most importantly, as pandemic has created a lot of logistic problems, we have to train them in post-harvest management aspects like processing, storage, utilization of vegetables, which will empower women and reduce the losses. And livestock is the most common unit in any village or farm family. We should train them in aspects of modern management techniques and vaccination to get more productivity from their livestock units. Next. And we should make our strategies by organizing women's groups and be promoting collective farming and cooperative marketing of their products and assigning some brand name to their products and improving their income from the place of their production itself. Next. And further, we have to change our extension strategies. We should aim our training programs aiming their needs of the women farmers, and we should give more access to them, more access to meetings, trainings, exposure visits, and as for the convenience of the farmers. And we should change our attitude, stereotype attitude which we follow, and we should impart skills in their own language, and we should communicate to women that suits to them. And proper healthcare support should be given to girls and women. Next. And our strategy should be farmer to farmer training, and more active women in the in the villages may be selected, and they should be trained as master trainers. And we should concentrate on engaging more extension workers, women extension workers, female supervisors, subject matter specialists. Our support should be in such a way. And we should also from government also we should expect some policy support in training in some traditional family female skills, micro enterprises, for providing credit and legal and financial and educational support to women farmers, and land tenure laws and regulations that favor women, and educational policies to improve women's literacy. These we should concentrate. And though we already have some policy support like through many government programs like ATMA, ACBC, and many other programs are already there, we should still extend our support. So finally, I can say, as Steve Marabelli said, the empowered woman is powerful beyond measure, and she is beautiful beyond description. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are privileged, ma'am. Shukla sir, it's over to you. Kindly conclude. शुक्ला सर, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
Are you able to listen to me, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm getting it.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation.
Yes.
Women's contribution to agriculture cannot be concluded with these few slides. A lot of work are required to.
No, sir. Actually, I have prepared, sir.
And I'm really very much thankful for presenting such a nice data. It can lead to our agriculture scientists for making further studies. And we have noted the content. My reporters might have noted the content. We'll discuss later on. Although we are running with a short of time, so
Yes, sir.
giving over to Raghuvanshi madam. Please,
Yes, sir.
once again, very much thankful to you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. You are representing the women in the agriculture sector. Your presentation was very nice, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. For the next presentation, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Gaur, Professor, School of Management, College of Engineering, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. Dr. Sudhir Kumar Gaur, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Sudhir Kumar Gaur, sir. Can you hear my voice, sir? डॉक्टर सुधीर कुमार गौर सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे? Sir, your voice is very slow, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir. Sudhir Kumar Gaur, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Shukla, sir, I can hear your voice, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm Sudhir Kumar Gaur.
Yes, sir. Now, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir. Please, sir, continue, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So nice of you. First of all, I am really thankful for the head of the organizing committee, particularly Dr. Anil Mishra and others, to invite me to express my view on your global virtual discussion on global food security and agriculture practices after COVID-19 pandemic. So really, it is a great problem in front of the world, which is unexpected, at least for the economic side of the economy of India. It exerts and systematic but synchronized shocks on global food system. It will affect all elements of the food system from primary supply to the processing to trade as well as national and international logistics system to intermediate and final demand. It also affects factors, markets, namely labor, capital, inputs, and production. The channel of transmission to food and agriculture demand include numerous macro and microeconomical factors, notably swings in exchange rates and energy and credit markets. And most importantly, the expected surge in unemployment and the contractions in overall economic activities. The agricultural trade, where you see the most of the farmers are either marginal or their income is very low. They are less than having the 2 hectares of land, and their per capita income is also very low. The dependency of the agriculture in India is more than 65% of total population, And we can say, in other words, it is the backbone of our country. And agricultural trade is still depend upon the mercy of the monsoon. But unfortunately, the COVID-19 creates a lot of panic in this particular field, which starts from the China and spread the rest of the world, and creates a numerous and untold story and misery of the farmers particularly. COVID-19 is restricting some activity in agriculture and supply chain. Reports show that the non-availability of marginal labor is interrupting some harvesting activities, particularly in the northwest India, where wheat and pulses are being harvested. There are disruptions in supply chains because of transportation problem and other issues. Prices have declined for wheat, vegetables particularly, and other crops, yet consumers are often paying more due to the mediators and other problems. Media reports shows that the closures of hotels, restaurants, sweet shops, and tea shops during the lockdown is already depressing milk sales and other perishable items of the dairy products. Meanwhile, poultry farmers have been badly hit due to the misinformation, particularly on social media, that chickens are the carriers of COVID-19. The feared effects of rural population have already started to materialistics. For, just for example, poultry products in Jharkhand are being burned to the decreasing demand of the broilers chickens, with the rates falling as low as 20 rupees per kg from the regular rate of more than 90 rupees per kg. They are rotting vegetable in some regions of Tamil Nadu as a result of the transport system, particularly breaking down, as observed by the field staff of the Tamil Nadu State Rural Livelihood Missions. And the vegetable condition in Uttarakhand is also very poor. The rates of the tomato and other vegetables are very low, but the consumer really is getting all these products in much higher prices just because the mediators in between. Rural hearts or peats in India, particularly in Odisha, West Bengal, and Chhattisgarh, and mandis in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra are being closed down, as observed by our team members on the ground, making it difficult for smallholders farmers in these areas as to sell their product and how to sell. This very adversely affects the economical, social conditions of the farmer. And it also creates a depression. Depression not from the point of economic, depression from the point of view, their psychological mood of the human beings is also very low. The national lockdown from 25 March 2020 has severely affected lives and livelihood across the rural India, but it is very important. Agriculture and allied factors employ more than half of the workforce in the country. A majority of India's farmers, more than 85%, are small and marginal farmers with less than 2 hectares of their land. The rabi crop stood ready for the harvest in many fields when the COVID-19 crisis brought everything to the halt. This is also the time for harvest of plantation most of the crops. The government has correctly issued lockdown guidelines that exempt from operations and supply chains, but implementation problem leading to the labor shortage and falling prices should be rectified. Keeping supply chains functioning well is crucial to food security. It should be noted that the 2 million deaths, over 2 million deaths in West Bengal famine in 1943 were due to the food supply disruption, not a lack of food availability. This is important. From population must be protected from the coronavirus to the extent possible by testing and practicing social distancing. Next, the farmer must have continued access to the market. This can be a mix of private markets and government procurement. Small poultry and dairy farmers need more targeted help as their pandemic related input, supply, and market access problem are urgent. Farmers and agriculture workers should be included in the government assistance package and a social protection program addressing the crisis. As lockdown measures have increased, demand has risen for home delivery of groceries and e-commerce. This trend should be encouraged and promoted. There are certain objectives which are very important for the coming future in agriculture. Promote school feeding, ensure the emergency food needs are fully met, protect basic consumption needs of vulnerable population, scale up nutrition support, support management and prevention of undernutrition, adjust social protection program for food prices, allow free and predictable flow of food assistance, ensure that local purchase of food and food components, explore the establishment of efficient and effective humanitarian food reserves. These are reach all householders with pertinent public information on food assistance. Nutrition and hardship elevation programs are very important. Sir, all of you are great scholars in your respective field. Since our first 5 year plan, first 5 year Panchvarshi Yojana, 5 years plan, which we generally borrowed from the communist country, particularly Russia, then till now, agriculture is most neglected area in Indian economy. Just we promote uh, other field, industry, small cottage industry, and other industry. But this particular field, where the more than 65% of Indians are still having the main source of their economy is agriculture. Though we have some achievements actually, whether it's a green revolution, white revolution, or the white blue revolution, no doubt we in India has achieved a lot, but there is still a lot of things which is supposed to be achieved, and we have to do a lot of work. Whatever the research and development in the field of the agriculture, which our particular the scientists or the giants scholars in the agriculture field who are doing day and night to upliftment the standard of agriculture, particularly for the innovations and introduction of scientific tools and mechanized agriculture. But there are a lot of way which is yet to be covered. Sir. We have introduced a lot of things, the source of irrigation like canals, tubewells, wells, and other things. But still, our agriculture.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but please, sir, kindly conclude. We have the shortage of time, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, just I'm concluding.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you.
But still, we are dependent on the mood of the monsoon. This is what, due to the paucity of time, I have to conclude it. The COVID-19 has really a very adverse effect on agriculture. And we try to explore all the best possible ways to uplift the standard and moral of the agriculture, particularly our farmers, small farmers, who are entirely depend upon the economy or the earning of agriculture. And generally, if trying to sort out the problem of migrant from the countryside to the urban side, we have to introduce the new things, scientific methodology, and as well as the Indianization of modern things for India. Thanks a lot for the patience hearing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, my dear. Thank you very much. Very informative, very and very nicely presented the things. Though we are in after the COVID-19, our situation is really disturbed, but still the moral of our farmers is very high. They are doing day and night labor, and they are doing very hard work for upliftment of this great country. Please be assured that we will achieve our target even after such an adverse condition. And with this, I thank you for nice presentation. Though it was not visible through your slides, so next time give a nice PPT presentation, sir. So it will be much better. Okay.
I have already given the PPTs, but unfortunately, why it is not to reach you, I don't know.
Maybe whatever the XYZ
Some technical
reason.
problem. Maybe some technical problem.
But the presentation was not visible to. I was listening your voice, but it was very impressive, very correctly, and very absolutely clear. So I could understand. Thank you very much once again.
Thanks, sir.
Madam Raghuvanshi.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. For the next presentation, I would like to call Dr. Kamal Singh Kirad, sir, Principal Scientist and Head RVS KVK Dhar. Dr. Kamal Singh Kirad, sir. Sir, can you hear me? Dr. Kamal Singh Kirad, sir. Sir, you are in the meeting, KVK Dhar. Sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir. Okay, maybe I'm not audible to him. Shukla sir, can I call to the next presenter? Okay, sir. Okay, for the next presentation, Dr. Swati Barche, ma'am, Associate Professor Horticulture, College of Agriculture, Indore. Swati ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Namaste. कैसे हैं आप? Absolutely fine, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am. Once again, you in your own campus, College of Agriculture, Tikamgarh, ma'am. It's really privileged to listen you. Ma'am, it's echo. Echo is producing in your voice.
Audible?
Yeah, now it's clear. Please, ma'am, continue.
Respected chairman, organizing secretary, rapporteurs, co-rapporteurs,
Hello.
distinguished scientists, and my colleagues. Today I take this opportunity to present my view on the impact of the quinoa sunny green food crop in the livelihood of farmers after COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, we know that actually quinoa is a very recent crop, particularly for Indian conditions. Chenopodium quinoa is we know that it is an annual herbaceous plant and belongs to family Amaranthaceae. Previously, it was placed in Chenopodiaceae because it is very close to the spinach. Basically, it is originated in the Pacific slopes of the Andes in South America. It was cultivated and used by the Inca people since 5000 before Christ. It is consumed in wide variety of forms like grains, flax, pasta, bread, biscuits, beverages, meals, etc. As we know that quinoa is basically discovered as a health food by the North Americans and Europeans in 1970s, and its popularity is dramatically increased in recent years because it is a gluten-free, that is helpful for diabetes patients and high in protein. In India, quinoa is not much cultivated and it occupied about 440 hectares only with an average yield of 1053 tons as was reported by Srinivas Rao in 2015. It is cultivated in the world with an area of 126,000 hectares with a production of 103,000 tons. Bolivia in South America is the biggest producer of quinoa with 46% of world production, followed by Peru with 42% and United States of America with 6.3%, stated by FAO Stat 2013. As per the United Nations Organization for Agriculture and Food, The quinoa, I want to stress this point that quinoa grain is the only vegetable food that provides all amino acids essential to the life of humans in optimum quantities and is comparable with milk. Protein content is also ranges from 7.47 to 22.08%, with high concentrations of lysine, isoleucine, lactonine. Eggs contained is 3.4%, which also contains high amounts of calcium, iron, zinc, copper, and magnesium also. Oil is also extracted from the grain, that is 1.8 to 9.5%, and it is rich in essentially fatty acids like linoleic and linolenate. In addition, quinoa seed is rich in thiamine, folic acid, vitamin C, riboflavin, carotene even. The digestibility of quinoa protein is also more than 80%. So in addition to above nutritional factors, the quinoa grain is very soft, gluten-free, gets cooked quickly, and has a pleasant taste. It also contains the natural antioxidants like tocopherol and phytoestrogens that prevent the various chronic diseases like osteoporosis, breast cancer, heart diseases. Hence, the FAO nominated the 2013 year as the International Year of the Quinoa. As we know that it is established fact that the people who have a strong immunity system, they will be less affected by the COVID-19 pandemic disease. So the question is in our mind, how to work on immunity. So the easiest way to eat healthy and nutritious diet. But nowadays, during COVID-19 pandemic, people are not getting sufficient quantity of vegetables and fruits which are rich sources of the nutrition. So we know that the COVID-19 pandemic directly influenced the human health as well as its immune system. Health and nutritional diet is not available, particularly to the low and middle income community. UNICEF already warned this time that the death rate among children will be increased due to a reduction in routine health services coverage and improper nutrition. Shortage of healthy nutrition can be fulfilled by the intake of semi-grain food like quinoa with its processed products. Don't consume it directly. Next, the various products we can prepare through this quinoa. Next, quinoa can be used as a breakfast, lunch, dinner. In Bolivia and Peru, it is very common. So why not in our Indian condition? Different varieties and the different forms of the preparation were used depending on the desired dish. Various types of the grains are found in quinoa. Royal white quinoa, that is the most cultivated commercially and exported variety. White is just a pestless grain, but yellow grain, I want to again stress the point that it is yellow grain is easily cultivated in our Indian condition and that is highly rich in starch and good for flour making also. So more important than the variety of grain color is preparation, which determines how quinoa grains finally come on our table. Quinoa cakes, salad, rolls, crepes, and even biscuits can be found in our government cafeterias. People even poppy quinoa is also very popular among the community. After observing this, its vast potential and great sustainability to grow itself easily in adverse climatic condition also, I have the quinoa. Why quinoa is required particularly in Indian condition? What is the need of quinoa in Indian condition? We know that India already experienced 4 revolutions since independence, like green revolution, white revolution, pharma revolution, and information technology. And that leads India to the path of gap leading to self-sufficiency. But still India drops in malnutrition with over 45% among children and 70% pregnant women. And nearly 52% population are suffering with diabetes due to over-dependency on few cereals like rice or wheat. It is eroding the productivity of country definitely by 4 to 6% gross domestic product. In this context, quinoa can be introduced in India to check the malnutrition sick community, as well as it also able to increase our foreign exchange. So the quinoa, so the important point is that the quinoa is very much important for not only the normal condition of the soil, but it can also survive under the dryland condition also, where the rainfall or rain is very much less. So the few farmers of the Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, they grow this crop successfully, but they are not following the standard proper production technology. So we had already established the dryland practices of the quinoa. Next. Quinoa can be grown under the various climatic conditions, various type of the soil. Next. And next. So the vast potential of this crop and its great sustainability and its nutritional value after processing also, the Rajmata Vidya Rajya Sriya Krishi Vishwavidyalaya under the institutional research project given an opportunity to work under the collection, evaluation and standardization of the production technology for quinoa cultivation, particularly for Madhya Pradesh. So in this connection, we have collected the various germplasm. Although the crop is not of Indian condition, but the Betol, Indore, Neemuch, Satlam, in this area, the farmers cultivated in a very large scale of quinoa. So we have collected the farmers lines also, and after that, we had some genotypes had been collected from the MDPGR New Delhi and found from the 2 years research, we had just shown this crop effectively normal rainfall condition as well as under the dryland condition, and found that the next, the 9 entries, just I will not disclose the entry name just now. These entries are very much suitable, particularly for the dryland condition as well as under the normal condition of the Malwa region. And the grain yield is also ranged from 21 quintal per hectare to 29 quintal per hectare. So, as far as the performance is concerned, the quinoa cultivation is not the constraint for particularly for the Indian climatic conditions, because it has survived very well, performed very well the quinoa under our conditions. Next. Quinoa can be a very important crop for the farmers. Farmers can grow this crop easy way, but the main thing should be considered. They have to first find out the processing parts of, because farmers usually grow this crop, but the processing facility should be there. Without processing, the quinoa cannot be consumed directly. If the farmers can cultivate the quinoa with its processing aspect, definitely that will be the main source of income for the farmer family. The higher income definitely farmers family receiving for the grain has increased their livelihood, and these families can now buy more food, including fruits, vegetables. They may be able to send their children to school and pay for health care without having to move to other regions. That is, maybe the migration of the labor can be prevented. Increase the consumption of the processed quinoa, not raw quinoa, improve the immunity, and it also provides a strength against the COVID-19 also. So it should be more popular among the farming communities, but its processed part should not be forgotten. Next point. Next. Grains, actually the major problem with the quinoa, that the grains are just coated with a content that is known as saponin, and which should be removed to make the grains edible. Without removing the saponin, we are not directly consume this grains. So the processing aspect should be there. Generally, in the farms of the females, they traditionally remove the saponin by the air to allow the wind to remove the dust with the saponin, and this process ends by washing and drying the grains. So I want to conclude my topic that quinoa that is a future farming crop and it's a processing and value addition. If we done at the farmer's field, definitely it will helpful to enhance the food security and it will be the step towards the nutritional security also. Thank you so much, sir. If you have any questions regarding the quinoa,
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for your
thank you.
valuable presentation.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Madam, Barshi Madam, thank you very much for presenting such a nice talk on on quinoa. In Jabalpur, JNTU, Jabalpur, we also have a very big project on quinoa. Dr. Kotu is doing work. And for processing side, you might be knowing me that Department of Food Science is also engaged in processing and utilization of quinoa. The only thing is that it is having lot of benefit. It's having lot of benefit for. Hello, are you able to listen to me? Hello.
Sir, you are audible. आप बोले sir.
Out of so many benefits of quinoa, it is having saponin, which is very toxic. And if at all it has been consumed without processing, it may create the problem that we have observed. And to my personal experience, have you, and I'm also asking with you, have you even eaten the quinoa-rich food?
Yes, sir.
Madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have already eaten the quinoa, but I have done one process, sir. First, I just soak overnight the quinoa, and after that soaking, sir, early in the morning, I have just boiled it properly. And after boiling, sir, I have just cooked it 4 to 5 times. I have cooked it in our pressure cooker and prepared the product. That is a very nice.
You see, even after the processing, what we have observed that we loses lot of nutritional value of the quinoa. Its protein content goes down very badly.
Yes, sir.
So it's very high in the initial stage, but it goes down very lowers down after processing. So we need a very appropriate processing technology for quinoa utilization. Also, there is a limitation with the utilization of quinoa. You cannot go beyond 10-15% addition in any kind of food product. You cannot make 100% quinoa based biscuit or cake or bakery product for your health support, because the texture of food product is very hard.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm audible.
So these are the limitations. Anyway, we will discuss it later on. Now I am giving my microphone to Madam Raghuvanshi to talk.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Same to you, ma'am.
For the next presentation, it's Dr. Kamal Singh Kirar, sir, Principal Scientist, KVK Dhar.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Honorable Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, sir, and respected reporters, distinguished scientists, and dear friends. I am Dr. K.S. Kirar. Here, Anil Misra, sir. Okay, he is presenting. Thank you. Thank you, Misra, sir.
Sir, now screen is visible to you.
Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, it's my very polite request to you, sir. We are actually very shortage of the time, sir.
Within 5 minutes, madam, I will complete here.
Thank you so much.
Subla sir is here, there, na?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for consideration, sir.
Yeah, multi-layer farming system approach for the doubling farmer incomes and during and after the COVID-19. It is the aerial view of the Krishi Tikamgarh. You can see here the multi-story comparison of the multi-story and multi-story farming. The 4-layer farming system are here shown here, and it is the multi-story is here. So we can see by the first floor we can earn only the 60 lakh in this urban areas, while if the 4-layer system that we can fourfold we can earn from here. So now that same thing in the cropping system is there. Sole crop is there, and this is the diversification through the multi-layer cropping system. So in the next slide, we can see here, this is the high profitable and the best utilization of the different inputs and simple technology here by the different model of the multi-layer here. So 4-layer system that simply we can see here, this is the net return here, and this is the BC ratio is 5.19. So it is the actually practical or wall tested model in the farmer's field. Next one, please. So here we can see here the land average size of holding that the day by day decreasing here. Now it is the 0.95 hectare, and some other places the 0.5 hectare also the average holding size. So it is this is also a problem. The majority of the small and marginal farmers in our situation. Next, ma'am, please. So we know the advantage of this multi-layer farming, and we also know the different biotech and biotech inputs that we use in this crop diversifications for the higher productivity stability. Next, ma'am, please. So this is actually the multi-layer farming system is labor intensive and high returns per unit area, but we also know that the small and marginal farmers, that the large number of they are highly suffered during the COVID-19, and also the migrant labor farmers and labor are also the most sufferer of this COVID-19. So this so this is we also see this is the during this period the vegetable are less available in these mandi and wholesale retailer, but the wire really why the vegetables you purchase the vegetables from the farmers field, because the farmers field become a mini or micro market for the buyers. Next one, please. So these are the some model for the multi-layer farming system. Please come next. So we can see here the different models, papaya based, and all these are all tested in our Madhya Pradesh and our regions. Next one. So these simple we will talk here. Some model are there. Some are self-staking, some are relay support, telephone, pandal, wire on the basis of the structure support. So here we can see here the four-layer multi-layer farming system. Simply the middle row, the planting of the guava and 2 lines is there. With the ginger and groundnut and maize is there. So please next, please. So this is the central view of this multi-layer farming system. Next, please. So what are the requirement of the preliminary materials required? These are the given in this summary. Please have a look on it. Simply we can say here, yeah. Please next, please. Next, yeah. So this is the production and output and income from this particular model. Please next, please. This is also the detail of this how much the yield and how much the income from the particular crop. Next, please. Yeah, this is the socio-economic impact of this farmers and their family members. Next, please. So this is the self-branding. If you are producing something, if you have the self-branding manner, then it has the another advantage. So these are the system, these are the cultural practices which is necessary for this multi-layer farming system. Please next, please. And this is the trellis system requirement of this. Here the cucumber, bitter gourd, sponge, and other inputs are required for this. This is the 82,000 for the per hectare. Next, please. So this is all the economics. While the farmer are getting from the soybean 24,000, and while this is the multi-layer farming system, he is getting the 2,79,000 from their field as a fresh produce. And yeah, so these are the material required. If the material available in the local places, the cost of per acre will be less. This is the planting system, how we can plant here. You can see also here the different production of this one. Next, please. This is the another 2-layer, 3-layer farming system. Next, please. This is also a good example of this one. These are all practical model. Honorable ADG sir, also ADG additional ADG sir also visiting of the farmers field. So this is the pandal system here. We simply depicted here. We are the kundru, the perennial main crop vegetable based. kundru, and some other broccoli, tomato. This is the first phase one, kundru, coriander, and all these different combination and crop geometry and crop period they are given here. Next, please. So you can see here what is the crop geometry and what is the ratio, where is the plant, and all these field layout from the 300 by 140 145 feet. That is the 1 acre land is there. This is the depicted here. The kundru is planted here in the first row, tomato, broccoli, and along with the other crop. Next, please, ma'am. Next, please. So this is the economics of this model. You can see here. So simply recommendations here. The farmers are which are getting the 40,000, and this is the in this model cotton, wheat, and summer moon 1,10,000, rather than this model 4,83,000 net income from there. What we can say during COVID-19, the most small and marginal farmers and migrant farmers also most suffer in this condition. What you can also see here in this condition, if the farmer have this type of vegetable sequence, the wires from the small group, small clusters are also there, and the farmers field become a mini market for the wires. Really, the one the mandi and the wholesale wire is not purchasing this vegetable. So this is my brief presentation regarding this your webinar. Thank you very much for the organizing committee, and Dr. Namrata Madam for giving me an opportunity here to present. If any questions and welcomes, Professor Sukla sir, from long back I have seen you. Yes sir, here.
Thank you, Kirarji. Really very nice to see you. Are you able to listen to me? Hello?
Sir, I am hearing.
So it was really wonderful, a very nice presentation, and a lot of things I want to talk to you regarding this kind of farming system. It can really boost up the economy of our farmers. Lot of things to discuss. But because of short of time, not able to talk to you a lot. Madam Brigonsi might have noted the content, and she will deliver in the proceedings. Thank you once again. Thank you very much, Kirar sir. Once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Kirat sir. Definitely the practical experienced person always share his thoughts in a different way, sir. We are so much related with your presentation. Thank you so much for wonderful presentation, sir. Thank you.
Once again, thank you for the organizing committee. Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, sir. For the next presentation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shukla, sir.
Yes, you can go ahead, madam. Next presentation.
Yes. For next presentation, Dr. Devendra Kumar Pyasi, scientist in charge at CREP, JNKV Regional Agriculture Research Center, Sagar. Devendra Kumar Pyasi, sir.
Hello.
Devendra Kumar Pyasi, sir. Yes, sir. देवेंद्र कुमार प्यासी सर, आप मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं? Sir, Shukla sir, maybe he is not here. So can we move for the next presentation, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you. It's Dr. Sunita Nabiyar, ma'am. Sunita Nambiyar, ma'am. Professor, Faculty of Social Work.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, welcome. Yes. Good evening. It's been a long day listening to so many presentations. I'll cut short and make it shorter.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Participants, yes, before you I would
Thank you so much, ma'am, for consideration, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
I'll introduce myself and why I'm here, because this is one of the unconventional seminars that I am presenting. I represent the Faculty of Social Work, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. We have an area of community development, and we do work with farmers who are in the rural community, where the livelihood of these farmers is agriculture, and that is where the researchers that come from the rural farmers, the tribal farmers, is an interest to us. My presentation is divided into three areas: the food security, the public distribution system, and the indigenous pattern. I'll just take one example in that. Food security, I would tell that, yeah, first starting with human security, the first element of component of social justice is adequate food for all mankind, and that is something which is very essential. We cannot talk of social justice unless there is adequate food for everybody. And morning also we were talking about, what are we talking about when you're talking about food? It's the quantity and quality. That is the that there has to be availability, access, stability, and the health of people also has to be taken care of. Availability, there has to be enough for people to have, so the quantity is available. We also know that it's not only the calorie intake is very much necessary when we're talking of availability. Access, here is where we are going to talk about the public distribution system. The stability is that there should be assurance that the food is available for a week, for a month. So the PDS system talks about monthly rations, and of course the nutritional requirement, and that is where the health aspect comes in. Yeah, of what is that when all people at all times have access to safe, nutritious food to maintain healthy and active. There are common definitions, so I don't go into that. We go in directly into that. We, of course, have achieved as a country. India has achieved self-sufficiency thanks to the Green Revolution. And if you look into the statistics, we already have about, by 2020, we have 343 lakh metric tons of food grains already available with us. So that talks about self-sufficiency. The only problem that comes from it, because there is a relationship that exists between food consumption and poverty. So families with with meager financial resources, to escape the extreme poverty, rarely have the food that is needed, and therefore they remain hungry for most part of the time, or even if they have access to quantity, the quality is not enough to provide them with enough nutrition needs of the members. The public distribution system. The public distribution system is basically the commodities that were included in the public distribution system is the wheat, rice, and kerosene. For those who are not aware, the PM Ujjwala Yojana. Now, those who had the PM Ujjwala Yojana is where cylinders, the LPG cylinders were given provided by the government, and in case that is already provided, it is mentioned in the ration card, and kerosene is then given under the PDS. The public distribution system is operated. It's a network about 4.99 lakh fair price shops, perhaps one of the largest distribution network of the type in the world, and it is a joint responsibility, as we know, of the central and the state government. And the central government is responsible for procurement, storage, transportation, and bulk allocation of food grains. And the fair price shops, however, are with the state governments, and the operational responsibility is with the state government for seeing that it is well distributed. It covers about 81 crore citizens. So this time, what has done after the COVID pandemic, the states have been told to obtain rice, wheat, and core cereals at a very subsidized rate. And this was, at the subsidized rate is about 3, 2, and 1 kgs respectively. So rice is at 3 per kg, wheat 2 per kg, and core cereals, that is pulses, were given at 1 rupee per kg. And the benefit of this act was augmented by the PM
GKY, Pradhan Mantri Gram Kalyan Yojana relief package, along with and for this additional 5 grain of food grains per person and 1 kg of pulses per family was given, and this is to be given for the next 3 months. This was declared. So this is where food supplies have been distributed. We did a social impact looking into these food grain fair price shops, and we saw that these foods were distributed in the eve hours of the morning, early hours of the morning, 7 o'clock. These shops were opened, and keeping social distancing norms, food grains were distributed in areas where they were, because this is run through the JAM Trinity. There has to be an Aadhaar card, there has to be a ration card, and the mobile number. Now, it is possible that many of them do not have all these things together. Ideally, if the JAM Trinity works, the fair distribution network through the PDS can really work wonders. But for us to go foolproof, it will take time. So this time, what the government had instructed these fair price shops, that at least if one of the thing is there, if they have the Aadhaar card, or if they have the ration card, or even if they have a mobile number which can be given, the food grain should be distributed. So just now, this has been done. We of course need to have the way forward is that about migrant workers. That's a big issue that has come in, because migrant workers do not have the ration card, which they have left at their places. So they do not have the ration card, or they do not have the fair price shops from where they can acquire the ration. So to cover this population of migrant labor, the government has started a pilot phase program of One Nation, One Card scheme, which allows migrants to avail benefits wherever they reside for work. So decentralizing the distribution network is one way, and of course, another one that the center has allowed is to allow NGOs to buy the non-government organizations. Now that is again which comes under the arena of social work, where I am involved in. So these NGOs can buy it from the FCIs and distribute it at a subsidized rate to the beneficiary. So this is one thing which we have started. So this is somewhere we have to again see, where we make, have access to people's records, where these welfare schemes, e-governance is one way in which we're going to reach out to people, all people. We've reached out. Record says that we've already distributed about 126 lakh tons of food grains have already been supplied. So whether this has reached people, yeah, in some states, in some states, because distribution is the responsibility of the state government. So in some states, there are good ways, like in the state of Gujarat and Baroda, where I reside, it has been there. In other places, we have to see. So a lot of social audit is also necessary to see that, the welfare that the government of India as a welfare state provides reaches out to people. I have also, the last part of the presentation includes an indigenous study that we had done. This is about under the mango tree, and we're talking about small and tribal communities. Agriculture among these small and marginal farmers become unsustainable. And what under the mango tree, UTMT has undertaken, it's a not-for-profit organization that promotes low beekeeping to increase agricultural productivity, to enhance incomes and improve livelihoods of these marginal farmers. And they have seen that not only with agriculture produce, in case if they have honey production, that is somewhere, they can really augment their income. And it has a dual benefit, that it increases agriculture yields also by 40%, because bees have a way of pollination. So honey production again is there, which is there, which is a supplementary income to farmers. At the same time, there is also increase in the agricultural yield, which is a positive takeaway, which is very much necessary. So we keep the green revolution and the productivity of our farmlands higher. Now, and again, for these forest dwellers, most of the tribals who stay in forest areas, ownership of land is not required for honey production. That is again an advantage because put these boxes producing food. These honey can be tapped from these forest resources without ownership of land. Only permission is required to keep those bee boxes. At the same time, it promotes pollination and fruits also, fruit-producing plants also will be better productive. So under the mango tree is providing this kind of training to farmers, to these tribal farmers, more particularly people in the below poverty line, and this has already provided alternative livelihood and augmented their income and standard of life. And of course, this is has been also stopped migration of people, which is very much essential nowadays. There is reverse migration now again back to the rural and tribal areas. So, and this is again done without the increase in productivity in agriculture is without fertilizers and pesticides. So, and further, there are other projects like water harvesting, water conservation that also goes hand in hand. So, this provides employment also, and it improves the entire infrastructure area of that particular land. This is something which which I thought an experiment which needs to be shared. Global look into the global scenario. Yeah, things have not been positive. We've always thought India as an agrarian economy, and 60 to 65% of our population depending on agriculture. And I feel that is where we have positives to talk about, because when industries, though they are working, they do not have workforce. Workforce has moved in, but somewhere the rural landscape has provided resilience, has provided an opportunity for people to look back into it. Of course, when we're talking of productivity of labor in agriculture, that remains low, and it will remain low in case if dependence on agriculture by the manpower increases. But definitely, it provides food for people, which is like when we say with confidence that people can stay behind the doors, it is because of the farmers and it is because of the success of our green revolution that we are confident that we can feed people even if they stay indoors for 1 month or 2 months. So the Indian scenario, definitely it's positive. It's not so globally it is so gloomy. Indian scenario, because I would say the agriculture, the dependence on nature is there. It's not very positive for fishery and aquaculture because there's a lot of, again, inhibitions on whether you can take those foods or not. Of course, researches can be done on the districts on the coastline on whether it has affected that production. However, we need to take into account the logistic and the supply chain of our agricultural produce, which again the Atmanirbhar Bharat that has come in has really given leverage to farmers to invest in storage depots, in storage houses, and for processing. So that needs to be done. So a lot of employment generation can happen to agriculture and agriculture allied products. So that is where we need to learn from and take our takeaways from this is that we need to develop agriculture, not just keep it to rural landscape, but also see it as a future employment arena. Another areas is where we need to coordinate with farmers, have farmer depots, communicate in farmer depots on what needs to be done. So the communication channels have to be strengthened to the farmer depots. Promote SHGs, the self-help groups through farmers, where they can really promote what are the best practices. So it's one way that, we share good examples, indigenous practices through these webinars, from through international webinars and national webinars, conferences. But of course, farmers also need to be done. And the way to take these messages down there is the self-help group, the farmer depots, where we can take them, and tell them what are the good practices and what needs to be done. So that we heard, I end with the quote with Mahatma Gandhi, that the difference between what we do and what we are capable of doing would suffice to solve most of the world's problems. And say, yeah, what we've done काफी कुछ किया है, but we're capable of doing much more. And I'm sure webinars such as this take us one step of our capability of what we can do to better our, the people, the farmers whom we are indebted to. And I would say that that would definitely solve most of our problems. And I end with this quote. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come and meet a different group. Even I enjoyed the presentations, which were different from the ones that I attended. And we look forward for much more such interactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really wonderful.
Really wonderful presentation, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for such a nice presentation. No words to express sincere thanks on behalf of Vishwavidyalaya. Though it was a very comprehensive presentation, though COVID-19 is going to give little impact on agriculture, but we can enhance the level of our farmers. We can double the farmers' income. Are you able to listen to me?
Yes, sir.
We can enhance the farmers' income with the help of appropriate processing technology. Believe me, the coming days are only for the processing, food technology, and value addition. That can only give rise to the income to the farmers and can be a support system to the rural livelihood and their security. So, though COVID-19 will impact on agriculture, but through processing, we can enhance their life. Thank you very much for such a nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Madam Raghuvanshi, please.
Thank you so much, Sunita ma'am. You are very smiling persona, ma'am. Your personality is really looking very positive. Thank you. For the next presentation, I would like to call Dr. B.S. Asati, sir, Assistant Professor, Vegetable Science, College of Agriculture Research Station, District Rajnandgaon, Chhattisgarh. Dr. B.S. Asati, sir, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
Madam, how many presentations are there?
Sir, only 2 presentations are left, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Asati, sir, आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
You can also call Pyasi ji if he is available.
Yes, sir. Pyasi, sir. Pyasi, sir is also awaited, sir. So maybe he is here, Dr. Asati, sir. So, Asati, sir, sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir. Asati, sir. Dr. Asati, please unmute yourself. Sir, I don't know what is the problem from his end. May I call to the next one?
Yes, yes, madam.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Are you listening, Dr. Asati?
Who is speaking?
Hello?
It's Dr. Asati.
Are you listening?
It's Dr. Asati.
Hello?
Dr. Asati, I think has joined the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sir. Dr. Asati, sir. Okay, sir. Welcome, sir.
Okay. You're listening?
Yes, sir. Your voice is very clear, sir. Please, sir, conclude in 5 minutes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Please start presentation.
Your screen is not visible.
Not visible.
Sir, sir, kindly pin the screen of Anil Mishra.
Yes.
Kindly pin, sir.
Oh,
now
okay,
it's visible?
Okay.
Now it's visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Fine, sir, fine. Go ahead, sir, and please, sir, Please, sir, conclude as soon as possible.
Good evening. Okay. Good evening to all. Myself, B.S. Sati, working as the assistant professor in Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, Raipur. As we know, today we are discussing about global food security and allied activities during this COVID-19 pandemic situation. On these issues, we are talking about the how we can enhance immunity through moringa leaf-based products. Next slide. Next slide, please. As we know, moringa is botanically known as Moringa oleifera and known as various names: horseradish, miracle tree, mother best friend, drumstick tree, and also known as a sahajan in Hindi. It is also known as a 4F plants. Means moringa gives this fuel, fodder, fertility, and food. It is important vegetables grown in India. Every part of the plant or is edible. It is highly nutritive vegetables and with having a unique flavor and good taste. In our Chhattisgarh region, Rajnagpur district is known as the Moringa district because every household, every farmers grow Moringa crop in their backyard. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the most important crops which will help to improve the immunity because moringa is a nutritious vegetable and which helps to boost immunity because it includes iron, protein, fiber, vitamins, calcium, and minerals. By adding Anganwadi centers and other ongoing government programs in rural areas and other places, we can improve the nutritional level and improve the immunity level. Moringa can also be connected and or can also be added with pulses to provide iron and other nutrients for rural women or other also malnutritive pupils. So we can remove malnutrition problem or up to the some degree. Next, please. This is a picture showing because moringa is rich in medicinal properties like a antibiotic pterygospirmin, which helps more than 300, which solve the more than and which help to resolve the more than 300 diseases. And you can see in pictures, moringa leaves content is 4 times vitamin A as compared to the carrot, and likewise 3 times potassium than banana, 3 times vitamin A in almonds, 7 times vitamin C in orange, and 4 times vitamin C in calcium than milk, and 3 times iron than palak. And most of the important diseases we can cure while the taking of moringa leaves, like liver problems, kidney problems, diabetic problems, improve we can improve digestions, stone problems, so many important disease we can cure by the taking of moringa leaves. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. You can see in this table, these are the nutritive value of drumstick leaves. We can see moringa leaves is high nutritive as compared to the pod and other crop also, like carrot, orange, pollock. So many nutrition are found in moringa leaves because it is known as a nutritional dynamite, and this is the world's most powerful crop. So fresh leaves and dry leaves in both leaf content is nutrition is higher as compared to the other crops. So all these aspects we can take moringa leaves for preparation of various food products. Next, please. So why the nutritive value? The moringa food product is now popularly known as a superfood, which having high nutrition, powerful anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, tissue protective, and so many other benefits. So by making of various food products, irradiation process is also help to improve the food nutritive value through using gamma radiations. Next, please. Next, please. These are the various moringa leaf-based products which we are doing study. So many products. You can see in 18 products, which is most important for at present situations. So to improve the nutritional quality and storage life, we can use developing various food products under the collaboration of Baba Atomic Research Center. Next, please. Next, please. These are the different concentration of blends using developing of various food products. In all the food products, we are taking very popular variety PKM1, and because this variety is used for pod as well as leaf purpose. So this is most important varieties, and our Indira Gandhi Agriculture University variety we are taking for development of important products. Next. Next, please. Here, to improve the quality and storage life, we are using gamma radiation cobalt 60 with 1 kilo gray red with 1 kilo gray for developing of various food products. So we can improve this storage life from 1 month to the 6 month. Similarly, we are also doing nutritional and sensory evaluation on making various products. Next. Next, please. These are the radiation studies for developing various food products with the collaboration of Baba Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. And very good moringa lab facilities are available in Rajanagara district. And this is a unique lab in all whole Chhattisgarh state. And at present situations, government hospitals and private hospitals like Apollo Hospitals also doing research with collaborations with collaboration by taking moringa leaf powders. And the hospital under the research program, 4 to 5 grams of moringa powder for adult and 1 to 2 grams of moringa powder for children under the 2-year age. So this is very important recommendations under the collaboration of hospitals, and we can take moringa leaf powder 4 to 5 grams up to 2.5 months. We can increase the hemoglobin level by 3 to 4 milligrams. So this is a very important information at present conditions. And and moringa, these are the various other products: moringa soups, moringa leaf powders, moringa tea is the most important food products with using stevia, moringa leaf flax 500 milligram with stevia 100 milligrams and elaichi. These are the best combinations for taking moringa tea as a green, as in the form of green tea.
Sorry, sir. Please conclude, sir.
And
So,
okay,
sorry,
okay,
sir.
okay.
Please conclude.
Similarly, more. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Like moringa cookies, ready to eat. Moringa cookies is the most important food products, and moringa ready to cook moringa pulao, ready to eat moringa poha. These are the most important moringa products for we are developed for the Anganwadi midday meal programs and other ongoing government programs for increase the immunity level and also improve the nutritional level. So these are very good products ready to eat moringa poha and ready to eat moringa pulao. And other products also moringa cold drink, moringa chips, moringa mixtures, moringa bread, moringa toast, moringa chocolates, moringa muffin. These are the all the items. Sugar-free moringa sweets also we develop for especially for diabetic patients. And other products also develop moringa chapati is very good products with moringa leaf powder and moringa flax. And we are also develop moringa tablets and moringa capsules for moringa for uh, those who are not taking fresh moringa pod and leaves, we can take moringa tablets and moringa capsule with 1 to 2 capsules every day. We can take to improve the nutritional levels. And another moringa face pack, and this is a most this is one of the important one of the important products, moringa face pack and MLE, moringa leaf extract. Especially this is a nutrients enhancer to the plants. Plants also required nutrition. So we are developed moringa leaf extract 19 with moringa leaf extract, cow urine and water. है ना? So we can increase the fertilizations and fruit setting percentage to the vegetables. And okay, and now due to less of time, we conclude the lecture. Thank you very much for listening me. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
Snake. Thank you very much, my dear, for presenting nice. Yeah. One thing I would like to ask: what is the percentage of moringa? Are they made from 100% moringa material? There is some reduction. Hello.
Yes. In for develop in which products?
In various products, you are saying everywhere moringa powder, moringa leaf, moringa biscuit, moringa
Yes.
poha. So,
Yes,
are
yes,
they made from 100% material, or there is some?
No. And various consultations are required for developing various products. Like for developing moringa bread or toast, we are taking 28 gram moringa leaf powder in 1 kg wheat flour.
So you cannot.
Similarly, in
now listen to me very carefully. Now you cannot. Now you cannot say like this. It is moringa flour fortified, moringa substituted. It is not made from 100% moringa. Understand?
Yes.
It is
Yes. This
misleading.
is all of the products are fortified. Yes. All of the products are fortified.
Fortified. Don't say it is a
Yes,
moringa. It is misleading concept. Definitely, everyone get. If a consumer is consuming a moringa biscuit, means it is made from 100% moringa flour biscuit. No, it is only 10%. You cannot
Yes,
make
10 to
biscuit out of
25.
it. So always use moringa flour fortified, moringa flour substituted, moringa added, all these kinds of things. Hello?
Yes.
So
In
in future,
moringa biscuit and cookies, we have taken 25 grams moringa powder.
whatever
This is 45. Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Shukla, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Oh,
For
thank
the next
you. Thank you.
presentation, I would like to call Mrs. Ashwini Kulkarni, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, B.K. Birla College of Arts, Science and Commerce.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, your voice is completely clear, but please, ma'am, complete your presentation as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Ma'am, my slides consisting of 30 slides, but I will explain fast. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Please explain fast and also
Yeah,
some slides
yes, ma'am. Yes.
that are not that much important. So please, you can skip, ma'am.
Without much ado, let us jump in today's session. Considering my topic, the perspective of agriculture practices in general is extremely disorganized. However, with virtual agronomy, we shall trigger scientific and engineering way to ignite agronomist of Let me give the outline of this today's session. At the beginning, we are going to start At the beginning, we are going to start the discussion on state of agriculture and a little bit about how COVID-19 has impacted agriculture market. After talking about COVID-19 challenges, we are going to jump into how agronomists can adapt to these changes, what they need to do, what are the changes, transitions from digital agronomy to virtual agronomy. In India and in some countries, according to me, we should go for one more phase like traditional to digital and then virtual agronomy. Then we will talk about the virtual agronomy course, in which I will explain what is the course is about and what are the sessions, what is the idea behind it, and what are the take homes. Next, so this is the motivation from which I have started my research. I talked with different Indian farmers. They explained me what are their pain areas. One farmer was cultivating drumsticks, oranges. So in drumstick farming, she told me that it attracts the disease easily and gets infected. And even though this crop is always in demand in exports, hence if early detection is achieved, it will be very, very, very useful for them. Next, she told me that orange crop, previous slide please. Orange crop, which is also very profitable crop and in which some precautions can be achieved by early detections and all. Next slide. Next, we move forward towards the diagnostic study of farming and impact of COVID-19. Next. So this 2-3 slides will show you how what is the state of agriculture in the year 1920, how it has impacted the countries like United States, Australia, India, and many more. Next. Next. So next slide. So this is how we can go ahead, like can agronomists help to adapt to this situation? Now here, one quote has been given by head agronomist and a major United States seed and chemical company. Here we have to learn about the digital agronomy tools and for the successful farming. Next. This is very interesting. As we have to move from digital agronomy to virtual agronomy, why we have to do it next, and how we can do it. So how to be ready for this particular step? You have to take the data from the farms through remote sensing, then drones, helicopters, and GIS technologies. Then analyze the data and go ahead. And secondly, you can strengthen the relationship with agronomists, farmers, and all. And then you have to go with the peer-to-peer learning. Next. Next slide. So this is the existing scenario why we go for the digital agriculture. So here, mostly Indian farmers use manual monitoring apps and some apps which have huge database limitations and are bound to optics. Artificial intelligence transforming agriculture into the digital agriculture. So diagnostics is always concern for the farmers in India. Also, there is a huge gap between technology and farmers in India, so we have to educate our farmers through technology. Food demand is also exponentially increased. Next. Moving from digital to virtual agronomy. So as I have already told, that we are intent to start a course of virtual agronomy in which we are going to set the 6 sessions, in which the very first session will give an idea about the changing state of the agriculture and how you have to prepare agronomists and growers for the 2020. In second session, we will cover a timing is everything, that is you have to stay ahead for the time. Third session, saving when it matters. That means we will be introducing different tools of virtual agronomy. Working smarter, finding the crop stress before it robs the yield bank. That is very important, as I have already told you in the previous things. A farmer need early detection to save their yields. And lastly, we'll go with the practical sessions as well. Next slide. So why this importance of studies required? So we can incorporate different technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and IoT technologies. As in today's session, Mr. Jelly has already introduced this smart farming technology, how we can incorporate in different farmings. Next. With the rapid development of different technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality, it is possible to show the accurate representation of the real world object in virtual environments. In this, I will like to explain this concept like everybody know about this simulation. If we can simulate the farm of the farmer, and if a farmer can understand actual farming, then it will be very easy for the farmer to understand and decide different parameters like water management, temperature management, etc. etc. That simulation we can incorporate in such concepts. Next. So this was the extension of the simulation. How we can add a framework for the sensory AI. The majority of virtual characters, artificial intelligence applications rely on lot of tricks as if appear to be. So using such kind of frameworks, we can prepare simulations for the farmers. Next. So these are the parameters that we can consider while developing the framework, like sensory perceptions. We can take the light, then sound, smell, touch, etc. Then reflex actions, response to stimuli, emotional modeling, decision making, which will be very important for the farmer. Then pathfinding based stimuli, scalability, etc. Next. Now, this is our proposed solution for developing these that's agri-bots and agri-clinics. In short, I'll tell you in the next slides. Next. So this is the concept of agri-clinics. We propose to introduce the agri-clinics at centralized location, at say districts, Jilla Parishad, Taluka level, well it will be accessible to the farmers closer to their respective farmlands. Now what is this agri-clinics? when the agribot will give a reports. So with those in that reports, farmers will understand what are the stresses of their farm. So after those, considering those stresses, this agri-kennels will help the farmers to diagnose those stresses and prevent any yield decrease. Next. So this is the implementation of the agri-clinics, how we can implement scenarios like report reaching to the farmer, report not reaching to the farmer, and it is a need for our solution. Next. Now, what are agrobots? As I just now I told you regarding the agrobots, it is a digital component and it is not a hardware component, which is supported by a data analytics. Here we are going to add some reinforcement learning as well as some for data analysis, data science, algorithms, machine learning algorithm, etc. Hence, we can do the backend analysis system. We can propose integral part of the agribots. Next. So what are the objectives? Bot essentially will stay in the soil form. Assuming that most farm lands will not have any interest access, we plan to propose a radio-based data movement from the bot. Then we can detect the pH value, soil health, etc., etc. Then it will have all necessary algorithms, as I had told you already. Then using this, we can do the analysis, precautions, and predictions, which is very much needed. And this is how we can achieve a farmer with the laptops. So what will be the outcome of this research area? Here, reduction in the dependencies of the farmers on conventional means like sun, rain, stock, and diseases. Farmers will get the reports on overall health of the soil, crop, fertilizers, horticulture, agriculture schedules, etc. Remote monitoring of the entire farmland, better yield, that is very much important for the farmer, centralization of the data, precautionary prediction, etc. Next. So it gives me immense pleasure to introduce my panelist, Dr. Mrs. Seema Purohit, who is the professor of mathematics, Kirti College, educational consultant, research mentor, and member research. Also, these two are the driving force in my research area. Mr. Abhay Bhargava, who is Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, who is an analyst, chief strategist, mentor, and visionary. Then, as I have told you, we intend to start a virtual agronomy course. Why it is needed? So we need a peer-to-peer learning. As I have told you, what is the significance of virtual agronomy? Through this particular course, we can connect to each other, and then we can connect the farmers as well. And we can educate the farmers with the technologies, in which is the need of an hour. So this is all about my session. If you have any queries, you can ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for a nice presentation. It is really a need for these days. This is really 21st century agronomy and agriculture required. We will have to work hard and hard along with the IT professionals and IT engineers, computer and software engineers to learn more and more about their application in agriculture. So now I'm thankful to you for your nice presentation. Giving mic to Madam Raghuvanshi for the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Shukla sir. Sir, it's the last presentation. Well, is there any question for this presentation? Is there any question from the participants? So please unmute yourself and you can ask the question. Okay. Shukla sir, Dr. Pyasi is not in the meeting, so it's the last presentation of our technical session, second. Shukla sir, can you hear me? Shukla sir? May I know Dr. Devin Kumar Pyasi sir is here? Dr. Devin Kumar Pyasi sir? He's not here. Shukla sir, you are in sir, but your mic is mute sir. Dr. Shukla sir, your mic is mute sir.
Is it okay, madam?
Yes sir.
How many presentation left?
Sir, only one presentation is left, Dr. Devendra Kumar Pyasi, sir, but he is not in, sir.
Okay. So now what we can do?
Sir, we are moving toward our valedictory session, sir.
Okay. Okay. So,
Sir, but still we are waiting. We need to wait for the DES ma'am, the Dean faculty, sir.
okay. So, okay, as I'm in the line, as soon as if he comes, I will join. No problem.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sure, sir.
But in fact, Pyasi's lecture was very good. Might be very good because it is our top. I don't know why he's not there.
Yes, sir, exactly, sir. We are also waiting for him, and I called his name 2 to 3 times, but maybe he is not here.
So, is there anyone, Alok Rajput, who is connecting to the faculty?
Yes, I am here. Professor Karim is here.
Yes, sir. We have some international speakers with us, sir, who already delivered their wonderful presentations in their respective sessions.
Hello.
Sir, may I wait for the Devin Kumar Pyasi, sir, or shall I proceed, sir?
You please proceed, madam. Now,
Okay.
if Dean faculty sir is here on the line, I think we should proceed for our valedictory.
Okay. Sir, can I check the DS ma'am and Dean faculty, sir, is here?
Yes, yes, madam. Yes.
Yes, sir. DS.
It was really very informative and very nice session.
Madam Sheila.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
DS madam has joined.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
So you start the validity.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes,
Sure.
please, madam. Very good evening, madam. Madam Dr.
I came.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good evening to the galaxy of intellectuals, your excellencies, faculty member, and dear participants from the different countries and states, of course. From morning to evening, all the insightful thoughts and problem-solving mind work rigorously to solve the problem of food security and how we change our farming practices to mitigate the challenges developed after COVID-19. I hope we succeed in that. The fantastic day we shared with our international delegates and participants from different states. Of course, we had many good deliberations, many of us wanted to share more about. Because of time as a constraint, we couldn't hear from you. We apologize for that. I'm really feeling proud that by the grace of Almighty and our extraordinary mentors, university authorities, we are again able to organize such international event with new landmarks. Moving forward, now I'm pleased to invite a person who already have experience to conduct such events many more times and have the perfect personality with a perfect balance between personal and the professional life. Yes, he is Dr. S.P. Singh, coordinator of this international conference. Sir, Dr. S.P. Singh, sir, it's
Thank you,
over.
madam.
Yes, sir.
My voice audible?
Yes, sir. Your voice is very clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to respected our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.K. Visain, sir, for providing us a good opportunity or a good platform. Thanks to all university authorities, dean, directors, and Dean College of Agriculture, Tikamgarh, Dr. Sarawi, sir, for providing us a opportunities. And also our invited delegates, guests from abroad and India for spend our valuable time and sharing our experiences in this global virtual discussion on global food security and agriculture practice after COVID-19 pandemic. In one day global discussion, we have covered 2 sessions. In 2 sessions, 10 countries guests, experts, speakers, and 24 lectures on food security and agriculture practices covered. I feel all presentations are very fruitful to all. In this global virtual discussion, near about 426 delegates participated from different states of India, and so many are presented from abroad. This global discussion creates a new direction regarding food security to farming community and scientists, policymakers, empowerment of farmers through small-scale industries, value addition, supply chain system, and demand-driven system. So again, I feel this discussion giving a new direction to all our scientists, farming communities. So thanks to all for provide us a valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. S.P. Singh,
Okay,
sir, for your
thank you.
concluding remarks. Moving forward, now we must say the role of rapporteur is very important in technical session, as she needs the expertise skill to sum up all the thoughts in a very polished manner. So the outcomes of the sessions are clearly articulated in a brief. As our organizing secretary already described that we had the 2 technical sessions in each. Kindly mute your mic. SP Singh, sir, kindly mute your mic, sir. Okay. We had 2 technical sessions. In each, we had 12 eminent speakers. Now, I would like to call Dr. Namrata ma'am to present the report for both the technical sessions. Dr. Namrata Jain ma'am, it's over to you.
Okay, thank you, Sheila madam. Good evening to all of you, respected DS madam, respected dean sir, and all dignitaries of the university, respected chairman, co-chairman of both the sessions. As our both the reporters were busy in some personal work, so I am going to present the report of both the sessions. In both the sessions, 24 lectures on diverse topics related to global food security and agricultural practices were nicely presented. Out of these lectures, the following researchable issues and recommendations were emerged out. Based on the very first lecture of Manjeet Pujara from Canada, he recommended that focus should be on the needs of most vulnerable group and scale up social protection programs, including cash transfers. Our second lecture from Thailand, which was delivered by Dr. Yupa, she has presented very well on edible insect farming. And she presented that insects are an alternative source of low-cost protein for food and nutritional security, and insect proteins could contribute to reducing the use of animal proteins. Based on this presentation, there is researchable issues to find out alternative low-cost sources of food for global food security. There is more research is needed to fully understand the nutritional value and bioactive substances for health benefits. The very third topic of the webinar was on that presented by Malaysia, Dr. Anun Kumar Gupta, that waste from poultry like chicken feather can be converted into valuable product, bioactive keratin, which will enhance the income and employment and also give a scope of industrial development in rural areas. Government can provide technical and financial aid to poultry farmers to extract keratin from chicken feathers so that this product can be used in pharmaceutical companies and cosmetic industries and will generate employment and also income of rural youths. The next lecture from Philippines by Dr. Mila. She has made a recommendation that due to this COVID, there is an increased demand of food delivery options and also increase in buying local trained. So there should be strengthen the local markets. There is a more scope to strengthen the local market. The next lecture on food and nutritional security by Dr. Nisha Verma from IIFSR Modipuram. She has made the recommendation that there should be foremost important to plan on the basis of production, consumption and nutrition links to ensure better health, food and nutritional security. The next lecture was of Sanyog Kulkarni. Based on the recommendation of his presentation, that our farms need the digital information for the virtual management using the technologies like hyperspectral remote sensing, thermal mapping, etc. for site-specific management and to link with the market also. Based on these aspects, similarly, Ashwini Kulkarni recommended digital agronomy to virtual agronomy through use of remote sensing, GIS, etc. for site-specific management. The next very useful presentation by Dr. N. Ravi Shankar from IIFSR Modipuram. He recommended that there is need to redesigning farming system model on site-specific component inclusion in diversified farming system for increasing employment and income generation, as well as make the farming system self-sufficient. The next presentation from Bhavnagar, Gujarat by Dr. Arup Ghosh. He has recommended that use of low carbon footprint products like seaweed, biostimulant, etc. produced in India for enhancing agricultural production, for encouraging self-reliance and overall development of seaweed producers, farmers, and our industry. The recommendation based on the presentation of Dr. Praveen Singh and Dr. Kamal Kirad, he recommended the hydroponics and multi-layer farming system as an enabler for global food security. The recommendation from the presentation of Netherlands by Dr. Jelly, he recommended that due to this COVID-19, the demand of digital farmer training is increased and there is need of more app and mobile services for immediate solutions for farmers' field. These are some specific recommendation and some recommendation which is emerged out from the presentation of Ali Amir from Maldives, Karim from Bangladesh, Sunita Nambiar madam, and from Dr. BB Singh, Republic of Uzbekistan. The following recommendations emerged out from these presentations: that there is need to increase investments in local production. There is need to increase financial schemes for agricultural investments, promote and protect domestic production through strengthening existing policies. There is need to improve transportation network and facilitate the movement of agricultural produce within the country. And there is need to develop mechanisms to minimize post-harvest losses for agricultural produce in means agricultural produce worldwide. So these are the some recommendations which has emerged out from very important discussion throughout the day. So now the report of the whole day sessions is over. If some recommendations are left, we will include in the proceedings, because it was very difficult for me to collect all the that report of each and every presentation, but still I tried to incorporate most of them. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Sheila. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You are really a laborious person. I can easily observe all the things to organize such an international event, just to attend all the things from the morning and arranging everything. And at the last moment, you beautifully compile the duty of the reporter. Thank you so much, ma'am. You are really an inspiration for us. Okay, moving forward, now it's feedback of our participants. I must say, as a chef, I want to know the opinion of his customer for all the expertise he indulged in the meal and all the efforts. As in the same manner, we are so desperate to know the real and the valuable opinion, suggestion, rather the critical opinion for our event. It's really, really very important for us. So in the sequence, I would like to call Professor Karim. Please, sir, join us for your valuable feedback, sir.
Okay.
Professor Karim from Bangladesh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am
Welcome
here.
again, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I think very, very nice and fruitful seminar already. You mentioned and other person already agreed that really it is a fruitful seminar, webinar, because very nice recommendation has been come out. So really very good. Now, as I said, the feedback, I like to suggest something if you agree with me. As because many person attend this kind of webinar from different places, and they have some differences in their experience to handle this kind of webinar. So they don't know, but even sometimes unmute, mute, and then pinning. They cannot see the slides. So my suggestion is, at the beginning, if organizer gives some guidelines how to handle all this activity, that could be helpful. Otherwise, in between, we are interrupted due to this absence of their knowledge. And the second suggestion I like to put in, maybe you should collect a short CV, as because the normal, the seminar, which we by physical presence we do, also we collect this, and this kind of short CV collection, it might be useful before starting the his or her presentation. You can introduce a little bit so that everybody understand him or her, and then react accordingly. So this is my two suggestions only. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, next time we will try our best, and definitely we inculcate your feedback, critical opinions in our next event. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Sheila, Dean faculty has also joined.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. Sorry. For the feedback session, I would like to call our next participant, Dr. Sayok Kulkarni, Managing Director, White Oak.
Good evening, everybody. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. So, Yog, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, I must thank the organizer, the institution, and all my international and national friends who have been, without any what do you say, stress, or the energy levels were such high for the entire day, which is really appreciable, and the flow of knowledge which was immense at 360 degree, which we did not anticipate in the first place. It's not easy to have a global platform and like-minded people coming together and talking about such bigger and smaller aspects of such a disorganized field of agriculture. And coming to the straightforward feedback, I appreciate the straightforward, blunt, feedbacks, which were extremely important, as Dr. Karim had mentioned. On top of that, maybe in addition to what he rightly said, it would also be appropriate and trigger a kind of dialogue. So we should have a kind of a network, not only for this session for the day, but tomorrow this handshaking must be on a continual where the ideas and interpretations and feedbacks can be had on a regular basis. So the touch base is very important, rather than just a injection of one day dose and we forget and get on with our lives on a daily basis. So I would rather request the authorities to have some kind of a platform, maybe a group, or maybe a common way of communicating amongst everybody, because these are our treasury for life, right? I mean, we had this session not been done, I would have not seen what Dr. Karim wants to say, or what Dr. Sarwagi wants to say, or all the participants of today. So that is more important, to touch base and have a continual relationships. That's one. And from a technical perspective, yes, the glitches come and go, the time durations. So what can be done is the question and Q&A sessions can be done completely offline, disconnecting from the session, so that more value is towards the speaker and the information they want to present to the audience, because audience is hungry for information. And if that is not 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I'm sure it is just a index of all the plethora of information that one wants to present. So maybe if we have more time on our hands, more value would be added to the discussion. And yes, more frequent seminars and webinars must happen, what I would rather say. And heartiest congratulations to the organizing team. It's a very Herculean task and effort. Thanks so much for having us in this session. Thanks once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suyog, sir. Really, your feedback is valuable for us. We will definitely inculcate your point in our next event. And as you recognize, our source of energy is, so I must tell you that our source of energy actually belong to the person who have the bundle of the energy. Actually, we have the so tremendous authorities and head we are having with us, that they continuously inspire us and always motivate us to chase our own records. So thank you so much for that. And definitely we have the shortage of time, because we have to manage so many international delegates as per their time zone. That's why we have the shortage of time. Sorry for that inconvenience. Hope you will be in touch. We will definitely create a WhatsApp group. So we will regularly in touch, and we will definitely take your services, your knowledge in our next event. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Now next I would like to call Dr. Sanita Nambiria, Sunita Nambiria, sorry. Ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am, please.
Yeah, the organizers and the university really receive kudos for doing such a webinar on such a relevant topic of this time. A discussion of such kind bring people from different fields together, and we have seen different perspectives, different fields coming together, and there is an increasing importance of interdisciplinary approach rather than only one. So we have seen I attended presentations which were so different, and new knowledge and researches that have been has been shared. So this is how we enrich ourselves, not only in academia, but also see that whatever we are doing as part of study and research, go out to the field and it is shared. So this has surely created a platform where whatever has been academically discussed also reach out to people who are practicing in the field. The international webinar also has brought in people from different countries, yes, to understand, think, and share on issues of food security, and also brought about volumes of knowledge and practice on what they have been doing in their respective field, because this is a common issue that is faced all over the globe. So definitely, we've seen that. Food security is not it is an area of concern for the world, and this webinar has brought in a concept that the whole world is a family, and the Vasudeva Kutumbakam, whole world is family, and we are facing similar problems, and how we tackle it, of course, depends upon the kind of resources. So this webinar has created a common platform for understanding these issues from a new lens. Thank you for organizing it, and I'm sure we should have that. Academia, one of our areas on which we should do is, yes, teaching is one activity, research is another activity, and extension is taking our work, to a wider spectrum, is something which we owe to the larger society. So I think this webinar has really achieved that objective of taking forward the quantum of knowledge to the larger world. Thank you for including me also in your international webinar. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much. It's completely our privilege to listen so knowledgeable persons on this platform, ma'am. Thank you so much for all your feedback. Definitely, we will compile all the reports and all the things which are submitted by our reporters of this particular session into the recommendation they will suggest, whatever be the policies, suggestion and everything. Definitely, we will extend that thing up to the farmer level and up to the target group and different stakeholders. So definitely we will do that, ma'am. Thank you so much. After feedback session, actually feedback session is the evaluation report. As a student attempt the exam and they will get the results, it is like that. So I hope we are doing our job with much of the sincerity which is expected. But of course, after that, we are moving toward, it's the time to listen a person who actually taught us. Problems are common, but it's your attitude which makes the difference. He is Dr. A.K. Saragvi sir, Dean College of Agriculture, Tikamgarh. Sir, please give your concluding remark for the valedictory session. It's over to you, sir.
Okay. Good evening, all of you. Respected Dean Faculty of Agriculture, respected DS Madams, dignitaries, participants, and all my committee members. Today, it was the most productive day of interesting and stimulating discussion in the international webinar on the global food security and agriculture practice after COVID-19 pandemic organized by this College of Agriculture, Tikamgarh, Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vidyalaya, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. I am very happy and grateful that many distinguished eminent speakers have joined from the home and the abroad, which covers the 10 countries like is Canada, Thailand, Maldives, Malaysia, Philippines, Netherlands, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. So, hello, hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Please continue.
So this abroad, which covered the 10 countries, to share their view and experience, which covers the different aspect and the dimension at the global levels. You know, the College of Agriculture Tikamgarh, Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishyavidhyalaya, Jabalpur, completed the second webinar very successfully during this COVID-19 or lockdown period. Which shows our college team is very sincere and they have done lot of the efforts, made the any event possible and the successful. Now today, one day international seminar was also very successful, as you know, the 10 countries the scientists have joined these webinars. Success of the any event again and again provide the energy to conduct or organize the new programs. And the feedback from the participants also are will be the very helpful and provide the guidance and to improve the futures programs also. So I am also thankful to the participants, those who have given the feedbacks of this webinars. And I hope the recommendation of this webinar will be the useful and the benefited to the policymakers for the future strategy. Actually, Dr. Namta Jain has already been explained this overall report of the webinars in the details. So I am very thankful to all the participants, all the person, those who involved in this webinar. Thank you and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your concluding remark. Moving forward, now I would like to call the person who really deserve a good quotation, which I feel it is very appropriate for her. Ladies and gentlemen, actually feminism isn't about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. With this few line, I would like to call the lady who is honored with the First Lady Dean and First Director Extension Services of Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishyavidhyalaya, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, India. So I would like to call our most respectable authority, Dr. Om Gupta ma'am. Please ma'am join us and please share your views for our efforts. It's over to you ma'am.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheila, and good evening to all of you. Well, it's my proud privilege to be with you all during this validity section of the one-day international webinar on food security during COVID-19 as well as post-COVID-19. One thing we all have to bear in our mind that we have to live with COVID-19 and there is also need to change our lifestyles also, particularly with reference to food habits. And no doubt, agriculture is the backbone of India economy and everything could stop, but agriculture cannot be stopped. During lockdown period, we all have seen that the agriculture was the only field where farmers and scientists were continuously working. Either it is harvesting of our rabi crops or processing or sowing of summer crops and so on. So it was only the farmers of our nation who were exerting there. And I would like to mention here also the scientists of Krishi Vigyan Kendra all over the country who were continuously in touch with our farmers through Kisan Mobile Advisory Sandesh, then WhatsApp groups and print media. And apart from this, the online trainings as per the requirement were also conducted discipline-wise by each and every scientist of the Krishi Vigyan Kendra for the benefits of the community, farmer community. During this COVID-19, severe problem was the transport of vegetable farmers because these cereals or pulses which have been harvested, they were stored. But the vegetables and fruits are the such commodity which we have to move from one place to another, and the market is the most requirement. So in this regard, I would like to mention here that our KVKs who have arranged very nicely transport and sale of these goods in adjoining districts and adjoining states also. As you know, in Madhya Pradesh, more than 14 lakhs migrants have moved and from different states, and now they don't want to move again due to various problems as being faced by them during COVID-19. So it is our the responsibility, we the scientists in collaboration with district administration and line department has to shoulder the responsibility to engage them as per their expertise, whether if they are doing some agriculture or they are engaged in different fields. So now it's our duty. So in context to this, I would like to tell that each KVK has to accommodate 200 such migrants in different ongoing activities so that they can live with their family happily and where they will earn the money to fulfill their need. As you are aware that recently Prime Minister Narendra Singh Tomarji has launched a very good program, that is Garib Kalyan Abhiyan for migrants of 6 states, and Madhya Pradesh is one of them. So this will be a very good opportunity and fruitful program to meet out the challenges of food security during COVID-19 as well as post-COVID. So we, the scientists and the farmers, they are completely and wholeheartedly doing hard work to manage all the problems with the farming community. I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for sharing few words on the occasion of the validity section of One Day International webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Really, you are the symbol of women empowerment. You are an ideal for us. We can predict what you can went through in your initial phase of the career to manage the personal life and professional life. Your journey is really an inspiration for the beginner women employed like us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time.
Thanks, Sheila, for your kind words. I am very happy. Thank you.
Ma'am, really, you are so humble and so down to earth, ma'am. We are really feel so much comfortable to talk with you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Dr. Saraugi called me twice and I reached before 10 minutes back
Yes,
only.
ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much. Thank you for unconventional effort, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I am welcome. You spare time for this webinar in this.
Moving forward, I'm extremely glad to call respectable person who has different level of IQ and AQ. Yes, his personality is the tremendous combination of intelligence quotient and the adversity quotient, who, with his extraordinary vision, pulling our university to chase the new record again and again. He is none other than our most punctual and disciplined authority, Dr. Dhiren Khare sir, Dean Faculty of Agriculture. I would like to welcome him with one of my favorite quotation by Dr. APJ Abdul. All birds find shelter during rain. All birds find shelter during rain. But it's only the eagle who avoid rain by flying above the clouds. With few lines, I would like to call our most respectable authority, Dr. Dhiren Khare sir. It's over to you.
Thank you, Sheila. First of all, I congratulate Dean and his team for organizing such a wonderful online seminar at international level. It is really very good to hear person from developed countries, person from developing countries, person from depending countries, person from industrial based economy, person from agriculture based economy. So really you have bring the globe at one place. Very well points have been given by Dr. Kareem, Dr. Siog, Dr. Sunita, and looking to all those points, I can say we have to find out what are the problems of developed countries after COVID-19 as far as agriculture is concerned. What is the problem of developed countries? What are the problems of countries which are dependent on other? What are the problems of agricultural based countries? And what are the problems of industrial based countries only for agriculture? Then what is the relationship between developed and developing countries for agriculture, and what will be the problem? What will be the problem after COVID-19 or because of COVID-19, which we have to address as a scientist or we have to recommend to the policy makers? What will be the relationship between developed countries and dependent countries? What will be the relationship between developing countries and dependent countries? All those factors, first we have to analyze those problems, then we have to search out on which thing we have to go for research and what shall be the recommendation for policymaker, so that there shall not be any problem as far as food is concerned on this globe. On this globe, that is because of COVID-19. This is our responsibility, and I think all the members which have contributed during this online workshop, online seminar, they have ability. They have ability to recommend, and those recommendations will be helpful for all the countries. It will be for all the countries, and I can say that agriculture is in the safe hand. Agriculture is really in the safe hand, but we have to think out what will be the requirement of agricultural based economy and industrial based economy during this problem of COVID-19. So I request all the persons who are involved in this online seminar that we have to think, and after thought and after your presentation, now you please provide these points so that those points can again be included in the proceedings of this seminar, and it will be provided at global level to all types of countries. Then we can say this one day, this churning of knowledge will be helpful. So once again, I am thankful to all the participants, especially those who have participated in odd time during this seminar. Then a person from India, different places of India, and especially to Dean College of Agriculture, Tikamgarh, Dr. Saraugi, then person like Anil Mishra, Sheila Raghuvanshi, and all the members of the team and the college for organizing such a fruitful online seminar. Kudos to you. You have really done wonderful, and I hope why we are at the top at the national level, that is because people like teachers like from College of Pawarkheda are working in our university. So again, I congratulate all of you from my whole heart and from the university side. And once again, I congratulate all of you, all the participants and organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As always, your suggestions are always extraordinary, sir. Your persona always energizes us. Definitely, your orders are our priority. We and our team are committed to fulfill all the recommendations suggested by you. We will definitely will be try to compile the proceedings of this international webinar and moving forward. Thank you so much, sir. You definitely, sir, really, sir, you taught us that the small targets are crime. Goal should be great. Thank you so much, sir. Now, we are moving toward the end of our valedictory session. As gratitude is the fairest blossom which is spring from the soul, the event is going to the end. Let's move forward for our last part of our valedictory ceremony. And for the same, I would like to call the super enthusiastic, tireless person who never want to stop because he has the tremendous zeal for excellence. Yes, he is none other than our whole soul organizing secretary of this international webinar. He is Dr. Anil Mishra. Kindly, sir, give your vote of thanks to our all the international delegates and all the participants who are joining with us right from the morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sheila ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Now it's time to thank one and all who had participated in this global virtual discussion on food security and agriculture practices after COVID-19. This is an opportunity to express my gratitude and sincere thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Pradeep Kumar Bisen for his inspiration and continuous support for making the event successful. My words are not enough to thank our very dynamic Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. Dhiren Khare sir, whose continuous guidance and painless effort in every step of the webinar, along with finalizing all the operational aspects of webinar from the beginning to the end. He is here with us. We are thankful to Director Research Services, Dr. P.K. Mishra sir, Director Instructions, Dr. Abhishek Shukla sir, Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Amit Sharma sir, for his valuable suggestion during the entire course of webinar. We are thankful to Director Extension Service, Om Gupta ma'am. I am thankful to all the deans of different colleges of our university for their constant support and suggestion in organizing this webinar. My heartfelt thanks goes to Chairman, Co-Chairman and Rapporteurs of both the session for timely conduction of the session. Dr. R.K. Nemal sir, Dr. Amal Kebert sir, Dr. P.C. Mishra sir, Dr. Moni Thomas sir, Dr. S.S. Shukla sir. Dr. R.K. Nemal sir and sir is there throughout the day. From the morning till the evening, they are with us. I am thankful to all the 24 lead speakers from different countries for exchanging their technical knowledge in different aspects of food and nutritional security and agriculture practices after COVID-19. I am thankful to all the speakers who have honored our request in short spell of time and shared their views in this global webinar. I am thankful to the 426 participants gathered from 10 different countries and 14 different states of India. We won't give them a huge round of applause at this time for their participation through web media. Our team is thankful to the technical cell of the university, Dr. Engineer Saraj Kumar Jain sir, Alok Rajput sir, and other technical staff who had tried hard to make the successful event. In the last, I am grateful to our organizing team member, Dr. Namrata Jain ma'am, Dr. S.P. Singh sir, Dr. V.K. Singh sir, Dr. Rudra Sen sir, Dr. Sheila ma'am, whose day and night effort from last 7 days made the event possible and successful. Very special thanks to Dr. Sheila Raghuvanshi ma'am for conducting this program very nicely. Our student team includes Ravi Yadav and Vivashmar Anbul, who are always a supporting hand for us. Again, I am thankful to all of us for your kind presence. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anil Mishra sir. Definitely you deserve all the so many praisings and so many appreciation. Moving towards, we hope at the end you all will stay safe, stay happy, and will be pushed to taking positive actions in your various endeavors. With due respect and permission of our respected authority, Dr. Dhiren Khare, sir, can we close the valedictory ceremony, sir?
Yes, you can. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are closing the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
very much, Ravi sir, organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shukla sir. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. You have spared the time for this.
It's my duty. It's my duty. You have given me
Within no time, you accept my say.
Dean Tikamgarh and all the organizing committee, you deserve appreciation and congratulations for
Thank
nicely
you, ma'am.
conducting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Especially, I am very thankful to you, madam.
डॉक्टर सरावगी,
You have
वन
spared
वर्ड
the
फ्रॉम
time.
माय साइड. आप में हिम्मत है और भी बड़ी चीज करने में, आपकी कैपेसिटी है इससे भी बड़ा करने में, और मैं आशा करता हूं ये तो बहुत छोटी चीज थी. आपके पास है, आप इससे भी बड़े बड़े काम को करने में सफल. बहुत ही अच्छा कार्यक्रम रहा, बहुत ही अच्छा. बहुत 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 बधाइयां.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
मार्गदर्शन हमेशा ऐसा ही मिलता रहे.
sir. अभी ग्लोबल लेवल पे दोगे, अभी एलियंस को लाना है.
Congratulations, sir. Raugi ji,
Thank you
Shila
so much,
ji,
sir.
Yasira
Sir,
ji.
thank you so much, sir. Sir,
बहुत बधाइयाँ.
special thanks to you, sir, Nigma sir.
Well done.
You spare us so much time for us, sir. Thank you so
उसके
much.
लिए मिलेंगे, कभी मिलेंगे जब ले लेंगे, अभी तो ठीक है.
Sir, personally, definitely, I will give personally, sir. Whenever I will come to Jabalpur, I will meet you, sir. Definitely, sir.
Thank you.
बहुत बहुत
Thank you,
बधाई.
Paul.
Thank you, Nema sir. Thank you,
Thank
Nema
you.
sir. Thank you, Kare sir.
दो पार्टी डी हो गई क्यों?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Surely,
टीकमगढ़
ma'am.
डी से दो पार्टी डी हो गई हमने कहा.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
बहुत थक गए होंगे आप. गुड नाइट, आराम करिए. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Okay, sir.
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good day. Good night, sir.
चलो डॉक्टर मिश्रा, पार्टी डी को आपकी है बहुत बड़ी.
डॉक्टर साहब आपसे पार्टी लेंगे जब आओगे जबलपुर. सर बंद कर रहा हूँ. पार्टी लूंगा सर.
चल रहा है, इन पर बोल रहे हैं.
Congratulations, sir.